I found tiny dungeon that can only produce metal slime ch 156 to 187. Support me with Ko-fi. Chapter 156, World of Slow Motion. The incident stirred the government officials in the Ministry of Defense building in Yakugaya. The said Hellgame is crashing on a car. We still have no idea what happened to its driver. Takakura stood up and he looked at the monitor. The traffic congested as black smoke rising from the car. The one thing they worried the most had finally happened. Some civilian drivers might be killed in this incident. Cancel the plan. Move at once to subjugate the Hellgame. Seeing the devilish look on Takakura's face, Serizawa got overwhelmed by the pressure and ordered his subordinates to relay the order. Thus, the closest seekers around the Hellgame were moving at once. Properly speaking, the Hellgame should be incapacitated before something happens. Alas, no one would expect that the monster would suddenly crash on a car. Thus, they couldn't afford to allow the second incident to happen. Yamauchi, who led his second-class Seeker clan, instructed his comrade to surround the Hellgame. They left the matter of taking care of the victim to the HQ. Yamauchi and CO were focusing on defeating the Hellgame. Alas, they also realized that they couldn't defeat the monster. Thus, Yamauchi switched to a tactic that would prolong the battle as they waited for reinforcement from the foreign seeker. Yuma, who got knocked out, had finally regained consciousness. He had no idea what had happened. The car was crashed against the wall of the building. Though the car was tattered after rolling a few times, it wasn't turned upside down. The Hellgame suddenly crashed on the car. Why in the world is such a monster wandering outside? Yuma looked to his side while massaging his temple and saw Tanaka still passed out due to the crash. Are you okay, Tanaka-san? He did a quick check and found out that Tanaka had only suffered from several minor wounds. His head was bleeding. Alas, he was still breathing. He just passed out. Yuma took off Tanaka's seat belt and tried to drag him out of the car before he realized that the door frame was warped due to the crash, preventing him from opening the door. Fusuke. Yuma kicked the door of the driver's seat. The door didn't budge even after he kicked it repeatedly, but his last kick opened the door lightly. He then carried Tanaka out of the car. Hang in there, Tanaka-san. Tanaka had finally woken up after Yuma tapped his cheek a few times. I'm just as confused as you. Let's get out of here for the time being. Yuma then propped Tanaka with his shoulder, carrying the latter to get away from the car since the might explode anytime soon. Suddenly, he saw a Hellgame standing in the middle of the road. Its body was set ablaze. Those few people who surround the Hellgame must be a seeker, right? Alas, Yuma decided to leave the place. He wouldn't be able to fight Hellgame without his metallization. When Yuma was heading toward the bustling street, he heard a roar from behind. When he turned around, he saw that those seekers were having a hard time fighting the Hellgame. Thus, the Hellgame easily created an opening in their formation and broke through the formation from that opening while rushing at Yuma. Fusuke, why do you keep aiming for me? Yuma was running while carrying Tanaka on his shoulder. Since this was a business district, people were flocking this area around this time. Everyone started running in a panic the moment they saw Hellgame. What kind of dog is that? That's a monster, right? It's coming to us. The Hellgame was overrunning the people who blocked their way, sending the latter flying. Thus, many people became victims of the Hellgame's overrun. If only I use metallization. The moment he thought that, few people appeared before the Hellgame. A seemingly different seeker from before. They used their enchanted armament to attack the demonic dog. They had a hard time too. Alas, Yuma had no choice but to leave the monster to them. Sorry, but I've my own problem too. Yuma carried Tanaka and went even further into the business district. After Yuma left, the fight in the corner of the highway continued on. The Hellgame roared to the enemies before them as they spit fire from their muzzle. The seekers dodged frantically the blazing flame that could easily melt asphalt. Alas, doing so prevented them from dodging the rush of Hellgame. Thus one of them received a headbutt from the front. That person got sent flying, crashing into the show window of an apparel shop before rolling on the ground, covered in bloodstains. The demonic dog broke through the encirclement of the Seeker again and entered the bustling street again. Oh no! We can't catch up with that monster. Is there other reinforcement around? The Seekers moved in a hurry to chase the demonic dog. The fastest to arrive Seeker clan was second-level clan. Alas, they're not strong enough to stop the Helgam. They tried to chase the Helgam. Alas, the Helgam was too fast for them. At that moment, a pair of mother and daughter just leaving a restaurant. And the demonic dog was heading right toward the pair. The pair had yet to notice the approaching demonic dog. "What you want?" The girl turned around when she heard the shout. Right at that moment, she saw the red demonic dog had already opened its maw. Its body was burning brightly, its fang pointed at the girl. The girl, frozen in shock due to fear, opened her eyes wide and began trembling non-stop from head to toes. Her mother, who noticed that, screamed. In the eyes of the girl, it was as if the world moving in slow motion. The moment the fang of the demonic dog that was drenched in saliva was right before that girl, a black fist was nailed into the demonic dog's face. The face of the demonic dog that got punched sunk in, and crushed mercilessly. The girl snapped back to reality. The world of slow motion vanished, and her time moved normally again. The red blazing dog suddenly got blown away and crashed into the wall of the building. The girl was dumbfounded and then raised her face slowly. The demonic dog then stands back on its feet. U.S. Army, Akasaka, Press Center. Albert, who slept inside the V-22 Osprey, suddenly woke up, found it. He then left the V-22 Osprey and called out to Mia. "Mia, time to move out." Hearing that, Mia's eyes opened wide. "You mean, the Black Armor?" "Yeah, who else?" Mia then moves in a hurry to call the pilot of V-22 Osprey and the member of Prometheus, who walk outside to depart immediately. Location: direction of 10 o'clock, around 15 kilometers from this place. The V-22 Osprey took off in less than 1 minute. "Foo-fa-foo. Is something the matter, Albert?" Mia asked quizzically after seeing Albert laughing on his own. "Psst, my bad. I mean, this is the first time I feel such a gargantuan amount of mana. This black armor is more dangerous than our expectation. But you also fought against a lord before, right?" "I wonder about that. I mean, it feels like this one is a league on its own." The V-22 Osprey carrying the member of Prometheus was speeding in the air, heading toward its target. Numerous helicopters UH-1H had also taken off from JGSDF Camp Nerima. "Charlotte, is it true that the Black Armor has appeared?" Michael asked with a bewildered face. All members of Ophanim from the UK were currently riding the helicopter. "Yes, this mana. It's definitely the Black Lord that the Japanese government has been looking for." Alas! A shadow cast on Charlotte's face. When Michael asked her, she spoke carefully. "I've never felt such disgusting mana before. It might be above AAA in terms of danger level." "Are you kidding me? According to IDR, the danger level of a lord should be AA. The danger level of AAA is the chimera that wiped out the large-scale Seeker clan of Australia." "I'm aware of that. But, this ominous mana doesn't feel like AA to me. Maybe it's the same as chimera, or anyhow, we have no choice but to go there." Michael looked at the outside scenery from the window of the helicopter. The townscape of Tokyo spread before him. No one would imagine that a monster that might be more dangerous than Chimera was walking around the street right now. Michael's stomach feels hurt just by imagining that. The helicopter that carried the member of the strongest clan of the UK flew straight toward the source of the bizarre mana. "This mana." "What's the matter, Tenuji?" Tizen noticed the frown on Tenuji's face. They had already arrived at Nerima Ward to chase the Helgam. "I felt the mana of the Black Armor. The same one that I feel in the city of Seeker." Both Ruya and Tizen couldn't hide their shock at hearing that remark. "Really? Where it come from?" Tenuji looked in the front when Ruya leaned forward to ask that question. "The direction we're heading to. Maybe engaging in a combat against the Helgam." Then, the plan was a success. The previous report asked them to cancel the plan due to the rampage of the Helgam, and the Black Armor appeared when they were depressed. Ruya heaved a sigh of relief knowing that they cleared the first obstacle, finding the Black Armor. Finally, It's time to settle the score. When Tenzin spoke with a blood-curdling face, Tenuji nodded in agreement. It seems we will arrive first. Let's beat that guy before the overseas group, Rui. Tenzin. Understood. The car carrying all fired up Tenuji and Seo headed straight toward their location of black armor. I've done it now. Yuma was frozen in place, still with his right arm punching forward. Though his original plan was to take Tanaka away as far as possible, he couldn't help but worry, so he left Tanaka in a safe place. At that moment, he saw a pair of mother and daughter about to be attacked right before him. Before I noticed, I've used metallization. The president might give me a mouthful of sermon later. When Yuma was in the middle of regretting his decision, the Hellgam that crashed on the wall had already stood back on its feet, shaking its head. Let's defeat this guy first. Such voice leaked out from behind when Yuma was about to rush forward. When he turned round, he saw the little girl looking at him with her eyes wide open. Thank you. Her voice was so quiet, almost vanished. Alas, Yuma heard her voice clearly. Since he couldn't afford to speak to her, he only nodded at her before rushing toward the demonic dog. The girl was looking at the black of the black monster with sparkling eyes. Her mother was standing beside her, trembling in fear. Glowing, red blood vessels like lines appeared on Yuma's skin once he invoked the effect of the blood yaw. He didn't want to waste his time. There was seekers coming to this place from all sides. He had to kill the demonic dog quickly and went into hiding. Half of Hellgam's face that got smashed by Yuma's punch was slowly recovered while emitting smoke. This is the end. Seeing Yuma rushed at them, the Hellgam was also rushed at Yuma. The moment they were at arm distance, the flame that amassed in their mouth was spewed at once. The scorching hellfire was blocking Yuma's line of sight. Alas, he kept moving forward and unleashed the straight. The black fist nailed into the dog's face along with an extremely powerful impact. That punch tore the mouth, pulverized the bone, and broke the head with a residual impact. Alas, the demonic dog was still alive. Yuma wasted no time and unleashed a left hook to tear the ribcage of the demonic dog, and unleashed a right uppercut into the demonic dog's abdomen before it got blown away. He then follows with a rush of short combo. The demonic dog got beaten to a pulp, blown away dozens of meters and landed in the middle of the road. Despite its tattered body, they could still prop up their body with their leg. Their huge wound had also recovered at a rapid pace. Its recovery speed is faster than before. Is this because the mana has already overflowed on the ground? The recovered Hellgam rushed at Yuma again. Seeing that, Yuma pulled his right fist until his right hip, right feet retreated half step backward. When his mind was focused, he changed the nature of his mana to his magical power. He had practiced his water magic. Alas, he still couldn't use powerful magic like the one used by the Hellgam. Since that was the case, he then had the idea to enhance his body with the same principle as enchanted armament. Countless blue lines appeared on Yuma's skin. At the same time, he invoked his bloody aura too and glared at his target, the Hellgam. Full-powered straight thrust. Blood vessel-like blue lines glowing brightly on his right fist, and nailed into the throat of the demonic dog. Final secret technique. Yuma's last blow instantly blew the Hellgam's body into chunks of meat and turned it into black ashes. Chapter 158, Twin-Headed Demon. OW, such power. The magic effect isn't half-assed. When Yuma marveled at the power of his magic, there was a voice coming from behind. Oi, over here. Where is the Hellgam? The seekers came rushing to his place. Yuma realized that he couldn't waste his time anymore, turned around, and started to escape. He enhanced his physical ability with bloody aura. In that way, no one would be able to catch up with him. The seekers who couldn't catch up with the monster wouldn't be able to catch Yuma. Did you see that just now? Yes, that's definitely the black armor. Contact the headquarters. The information about the appearance of the black armor spread like wildfire within the seekers' network. Yuma, who had no idea about that, was currently hiding in the narrow alleyway between buildings. Since I can't cancel the transformation before 5 minutes, I have no choice but to escape. His metallization transformation got extended when he escaped from the Seekers after defeating the Hellgarm. That's why he wouldn't be able to cancel his transformation before 4-5 minutes elapsed. Yuma's body then turned into liquid metal, twisting around and then forming the shape of a small dog. Yuma, who turned into Mamizo, was walking carefree. "No going to find me in this form just like when I'm in Red Dungeon. I just need to wait for the time to cancel metallization the moment." Yuma thought so. I see, no wonder it's so difficult to find the monster. It turns out they can change their appearance. He heard someone speak in English above his head. When Yuma raised his face, he saw someone whose body was suspended in the air. Both that person's feet were spread and stepped on both walls on their side. Upon a closer look, that person turned out to be a blonde-haired woman whose body was clad in military uniform. Yuma's shock didn't end there. The woman then jumped down from above. There was a one-handed sword in each of her hands with red and yellow gems inserted into it. Appearance-wise, her sword looks like a willow leaf sword from China. Yawa. She jumped down and swung her sword at Yuma. The sword struck the ground and released an electric discharge. What an agile monster! This time, she swung her red sword. Flame gushing forth from the sword's blade. Whoa! Yuma stooped over and somehow dodged the flame. Two kind of magic? She's quite a rare type of seeker. The beautiful blonde-haired woman readied both of her willow leaf sword. She was quite young, around the first half of her 20s. Burning flame on one sword, lightning spark on the other sword. The military woman kicked the ground and rushed at Yuma. Yuma ran as fast as he could to get out of the alley. Since Mamizo's leg was short, he couldn't run very fast. When she was running as fast as he could, he heard the bass voice of a man from behind. "Oi, is this puppy really that Black Armor?" What a surprise! When Yuma turned around, a shock ran into his body. His body got blown away, rolling around until the middle of the road. He rose to his feet immediately since he didn't actually receive any damage from that attack, and then he saw a black man wielding a long rod. He was a tall, burly, and skin-red seeker. Though he had a completely different atmosphere compared to the female seeker from before, they wore the same military uniform. "It seems my lightning strike isn't working." "Yes, it seems this is its infamous resistance." "Since they're talking in English, does that mean they're American?" "Whichever the case, they're definitely the seeker who came from overseas." When he noted, he had already been surrounded by the people wearing military uniforms. "I'm surrounded. They might come from the same seeker clan. Definitely the holder of enchanted armament." A helicopter was flying around them as its rotor turned around with a loud sound before leaving. Yuma guessed that they might be descended from the helicopter. Yuma looked around again and saw the blonde woman and the black man coming toward them. The seekers around him slowly enclosed the circle. Since it couldn't be helped, Yuma's body turned into liquid metal again. He slowly lost the shape of Mamizo. Something then wriggled out from the puddle of liquid metal. It slowly took the form of a rugged body, a pair of big arms, and a head with a horn growing from it. The puppy turned into a humanoid monster. The seekers who stood around the monster put on their guard. Before long, the black armor figure that they had confirmed before appeared before them. A 2-meter-tall metallic monster with a muscular body. Charlotte felt that its outer appearance resembled that of armor. It finally revealed its true form. "The achievement is ours if we can defeat it." "Be careful, Michael. This fella isn't a pushover." "I know, Charlotte." "Oi, narrow the encirclement to narrow down the movement of the black armor." The member of Ophanum was moving in accordance with Michael's order. Michael didn't miss the moment when the black armor was looking at their surrounding. He took out his enchanted armament current rod and loaded his magical power into it. He approached the black armor, thrusted his rod, and loaded even more magical power into it. Magic gem release. Ruin Pursuer. A torrential lightning bolt was pouring down to the black armor. It wasn't a single attack, it was a torrent of continuous electric discharge. The flash of lightning was so bright that it was dizzying. Michael tried desperately to shut out the black armor as his rod ran amok. It was an attack that could instantly turn even monster from deep floor to black ash. When Michael felt a response in his hand, His lips curled up into a smile. Alas, against his expectation, the Black Armor caught the rod with their left hand. Though the torrential lightning was still being discharged, the monster didn't seem to care about it. Moreover, the Black Armor unleashed a sword-like thing from their right hand. Michael shuddered for a moment. The shaft of the rod was bisected in half. At the same time, the magic gem that was put in the released state had also reached its limit and broke. "Are you kidding me?" Michael looked at the Black Armor with an unbelievable look on his face. He wanted to get away from the monster. Alas, his body couldn't move for a few seconds after using release. "I'm done for." When his body was stiffened, someone rushed forward from behind her. The one who pushed Miho to the side and slashed at the Black Armor was Charlotte. She unleashed a combination of flame and thunderclad sword slash at the Black Armor. But the Black Armor managed to block all the attacks with their fist. "Are you kidding me? Not even Charlotte, the strongest seeker from the UK, can scratch this fella?" Michael was really bewildered after seeing the result. Even Charlotte couldn't hide her shock. Strong. Far stronger than any monster I've ever met before. Flame and thunder. Many people were laughing at her for being an idiot who used two magic. It was already common sense among the Seeker to only use one attribute of magic. The reason was simply because magic's power would weaken if the mana was split into two kinds of attributes. Alas, Charlotte persisted in her own path that she believed. She skillfully needed her magical power till she got hailed as the top-tier user of flame and thunder. Finally, she became unrivaled in the UK, hailed as the twin-headed demon, and became the target of awe and respect for many people. "I won't lose here." The magic gem inserted in her willow leaf swords then shone even brighter. Magic gem release. Chapter 159, Magic of Second Level. The sword in Charlotte's right hand wrapped in flame, while the one in her left hand released a lightning spark. She used lightning magic to raise the impulse of her body from her brain. Charlotte moved many times faster to the point that not even the Black Armor could follow her speed. Closing in. It was a combination attack of the fire-clad sword swung downward while her thunder-clad sword swung upward. Dragon Fang. Flame and lightning burst open. The Black Armors got blown away. Charlotte kept attacking. The Black Armors got blown away, and though they weren't falling down, their stance crumbled down. Charlotte didn't miss that opportunity, and swinging down both of her willow leaf swords at the Black Armor. Charlotte thought it was a direct hit when she heard a loud metallic ring, but, she was dumbfounded to see that both of her swords were caught by the monster. The Black Armor caught both the flame-clad and thunder-clad sword with their hands as if it was not a big deal. No way. Her swords were caught so tightly that she couldn't even take them back. The difference between both parties' strengths was too devastating. The moment Charlotte thought so, the sword's blade of her sword cracked and then shattered to pieces. The Black Armor leapt backward and used that chance to escape. Ophanim's Seekers tried to fire magic at the black monster. Alas, the latter didn't even care about them. The monster vanished behind the building. "Are you okay, Charlotte?" Michael rushed toward Charlotte, and called worriedly to the latter, who stood in silence. "You're right. That's a monster comparable to Chimera. Our strength alone isn't enough to defeat it." Charlotte stared at her own hands while listening to Michael. She already knew that none of the Japanese Seekers could defeat the Black Armor. Alas, Charlotte underestimated the monster, for Japan was famous as a country that fell behind the dungeon capture. She was sure that she and her clan would be able to subjugate the monster. Alas, she was mistaken. That wasn't a monster that could be defeated with a frontal attack. They had to cooperate with the other clan to defeat it. Charlotte clenched her fists. Her eyes had been opened and she looked at the member of her clan. "Time to use my new enchanted armament. We will go after the Black Armor immediately." Tenuji's group had just entered Nerima town and got caught in a traffic jam. Everyone was trying to be the first one to escape via highway or sidewalk, resulting in this traffic jam. That was only natural since the appearance of both Helgam and the Black Armor had been reported on both television and the internet. "It's really chaotic." Rui frowned as she looked at the situation outside the window. "I guess this is it for the car. Let's run from this point." Tenuji removed his seat belt and stepped out of the van. The other member of the Howl of Thunder Beast in the two other vans had also come out of their car. "Hurry up. We've to arrive as fast as possible." "Yes, sir." Since the sidewalk was also filled with many people, they ran on top of the roofs of the cars. Upon arriving at the spacious public road, they heard a loud explosion from behind the building. "The battle has begun." Tenuji clicked his tongue as he looked in the direction of where the smoke came up from. He grew more and more impatient as he felt that the Black Armor had to be defeated by their own hands. "Hurry up!" Hearing Rua say so, Tenuji had also rushed to the scene. Yuma twisted his body, dodging the incoming wind blade which passed by and cut a telephone pole in front of him. The poor telephone pole fell over, severing the power line along with it. "Whoa, that's scary, dude." Few seekers running toward him from the front. In addition, more and more seekers rushing from behind and the alleys. "Man, quite a lot of people." "We got here." Yuma was running away while dodging the magic fired by the seekers. "There's no problem even if those magics hit me, but I can't help but to dodge it by reflex." Yuma raised his right hand as he ran. His thorn-like fingers stretched like gum and pierced the rooftop of the nearby short building. When he returned the length of his fingers, his body got pulled up with it. "Oi! That guy jumped up." "It escapes. Chase after it." The seekers below got flustered. Now it was Yuma's turn to be surprised when he arrived at the rooftop, because two seekers had already been waiting on top of the rooftop. His body stiffened the moment he saw them. The seekers didn't waste that opportunity and fired water and thunder magic at him. A mass of water charged with thunder hit his body and exploded. The impact sent him down from the rooftop of the building. Yuma looked around in a hurry as he fall. "Damn it. Here we go." He stretched his fingers again to another building. When he made his finger softer, the momentum of his fall made him swing to the direction of the building where his finger pierced. It feels like I'm becoming a Spider-Man. Right when he was about to slip into the alley between the building again, another seeker came out from the rooftop of that building. The next moment, a barrage of wind and fire magic was raining down upon Yuma from above. Just like that, Yuma fell again while raising a scream. Landed headfirst into the ground. Well, it's not even a tickle. Man, they're merciless. Yuma stood up slowly while looking around. He saw another seeker already running in his direction. He could easily defeat all of them had he wanted to do so, but doing that while suppressing his strength was impossible, at least not with enemies literally besieging him from all sides. Thus, Yuma raised his physical abilities with blood yaw. If he escaped at full speed, none of the seekers would be able to follow him. Thus, he ran at full speed out of the alley. Just keep this pace until the outskirts of the city. As he ran along the road while making such a plan, someone appeared ahead of his path. It was a blonde-haired, tall man. Yuma stopped his run at once. Flame Emperor Albert. Yuma turned around immediately to escape from that place. But then, he noticed that his foot was routed in that place. Upon looking down, he saw the road surface had a transparent layer. Is this ice? When Yuma was troubled, some figure closed in on him. Good grief, I've to break a bone just to stop this fella from moving around. A silver-haired woman with healthy, tanned skin spoke in English. Yuma wondered if the woman was Albert's comrade. The monster seems to be troubled. First time seeing it, eh? This is the water magic of second level, freeze, said the woman while showing the bracelet on her right wrist. When the blue gem shone again, the ice around Yuma's feet rose up to his knees. Sea cold. Yuma instantly realized that he couldn't let this situation any longer forcefully tear the ice around his feet. The ice broke along with a loud, crunching sound. Thus, he finally regained his freedom. Such incredible strength. But, said the silver-haired woman as she squinted her eyes. Yuma tried to escape again. Alas, another voice came from right beside him. That's enough. Mia just needs to stop you. For a few moments, when he turned around, Albert had already stood before Yuma. He raised his right hand as he smiled at Yuma. This is the fire magic of second level. In the blink of eye, an explosion blew Yuma away. Yuma got blown away more than 10 meters, scraping the asphalt before he crashed on the shoulders of the road. Gar! Smoke rose from his body, his metallic shell turned red due to heat. Oh ouch! What the heck is this? My arms and chest feel like they got burnt. Yuma staggered on his feet while enduring the pain. When he raised his face, he saw Albert grinning at him. Chapter 160, A Ray of Hope. Awesome. This is the first time I saw a monster doesn't die from this. It seems we really underestimate this monster. Albert raised his left hand and pointed at Yuma. The four rings on his left hand flashed. Was that also enchanted armament? It seems I have to go all out for you. Can you handle this magic? Red light was drawn on the ground under Yuma's feet. A chill ran down into his spine. His survival instinct as a living creature alarmed him of the imminent danger. Oh no. If I take this head on, volcano. The ground then exploded. Bright red fire pillar rose into the sky. The fact that the fire pillar didn't vanish that easily shows just how powerful it was. The ground pried open, and fire and smoke spread even further and further. Have you finished it off, Albert? Well, said Albert while keeping eyes on the rising smoke to Mia, who asked as she arrived by his side. Mia also cast a glance at the smoke that slowly clearing away. A really unexpected spectacle welcomed them. No way. Mia was aghast. The figure of the black armor took a defensive stance revealed from the smoke. There were countless glowing blue lines on their body. Is that water magic, eh? Mia reacted to Albert's muttering. The black armor withstood the explosion, retreated, and tried to escape. It escaped. Oi, stop! Mia ordered the other members of Prometheus who hiding in the vicinity to surround the monster. The plan was to surround the black armor and have Albert and Mia defeated, but the original plan failed. Mia suppressed her agitation and looked at Albert. If that guy can use water magic, it means they come from the blue dungeon. Not the black one, right? No. Albert looked at the direction where the figure of the black armor vanished. That Mana's presence is definitely from the monster of the black dungeon. Moreover, it offset a lot of damage from the magical power of flame by having the water magic activated on its skin. That impossible. There's no precedent case in which a monster uses magic other than their own attribute. Albert looked down at his left hand. Maybe we happen to be the first ones to see this phenomenon. What do you mean by say? Before Mia finished her question, Albert looked up as a smile formed on his face. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but this one might be king. Please take a look. Tokyo Metropolitan Route 311 and Ring Route 8 have already been closed, and the corner of Kitamaki and Hawadai has also been closed by police. According to the government, they've found the whereabouts of the black armor. Currently, both the local and foreign seeker have been working together to subjugate the. Kanzaki clicked his tongue as he looked at the news from his smartphone. He was heading toward Hawadai with his car. Alas, he got caught in a traffic jam. Damn it. Let's just run. Kanzaki parked his jeep on the side of the road, took out the hexagonal stuff from his bag, assembled it, and came out of the car. He took out his smartphone as he ran and made a phone call to a certain someone. Aisha. It's me. Your current position? I'm heading toward Nerima, the place where they found Yuma's whereabouts. And then the barricade tape built by the police appeared ahead of Kanzaki's route. When he approached, a young policeman stood before him and shouted, "This place is off limit. I'm a seeker. Let me in." Kanzaki showed the police his license card as he went through the barricade tape. The policeman tried to stop him immediately since the only one allowed to enter was a top-class seeker. Alas, Kanzaki ignored the call and rushed toward the center of the city. Then a loud explosive sound resounded from afar. "I've entered the isolated block. The battle seems to have already begun." On the other side of the phone, Aisha heaved a sigh unpleasantly. "Then we have no choice. You have to do something to bring Yuma to my research facility." "Is that even possible?" "I've prepared a simple device that can isolate mana. No one will be able to sense Yuma's whereabouts as long as we place him inside that device." "The sauna-like things you made a while ago?" "Yes. As long as he went inside, not even his mana during metallization would leak outside. If things went according to my plan, we can confuse the seekers looking for him." "Wait a minute. Does that mean you already know that they're going to use Helgam to find Yuma when you made that thing?" "I have no proof. I just assumed that possibility." I have never expected that they really going to risk themselves with this method. Kanzaki became more and more irritated upon hearing Aisha's reply. If something goes wrong, civilians might really die. Using such a dangerous method. Are they even sane? He trotted past the roadway. Due to the blockade, there was no civilian or car nearby. Normally, they won't do something like this. Considering the safety of the people on the site, the top brass of the government shouldn't allow this plan. The fact that they approved such a reckless plan means that there's a political motive behind it. Fusuke, are those politicians playing with people's lives now? Kanzaki turns to the corner of the building, heading toward the sound of an explosion. The sound of battle seemed to be getting further and further away, meaning that they kept moving as they fought. The approval rating of Iwaki's government seems to be declining. Maybe they approved this plan to raise the number of their voter during the next election. Is that why they're so desperate in trying to subjugate the Black Armor? They've been spreading the news about how dangerous the Black Armor is. Maybe they hope that they can raise their approval rating even at the cost of a few lives. Those Fuking BA starred. Kanzaki then saw several figures ahead of him. Maybe they're the seeker who participates in this operation. Anyhow, you have to somehow tell Yuma to come to my place right away. Roger that. Easier said than done, but I'll try. Kanzaki then turned off the call. Yuma didn't answer his call no matter how many times he tried. Maybe the network was jammed because Yuma used metallization. Can't be helped, that boy scattering vast amount of mana after all. Kanzaki took a breath and followed the seekers ahead of him. Fire erupted before his eyes. The seekers were coming at him while firing their magic. Some tens of people came from the front, and another few from the front left. Damn it! Yuma turned right and started running again. He wanted to avoid combat as much as possible, but at this rate, the seekers would slowly drive him into the corner. Shall I try to break through by force? When he made such a plan on the run, he saw a few people approaching from the right. Though he already fed up being chased by seemingly endless waves of seeker, a familiar face was mixed among the incoming seeker. That's Tenuji, Tizen, and the other members of the Howl of Thunder Beast. And of course, Rui. Yuma's childhood friend was also among the seekers who glared at Yuma. Chapter 161, Strongest Encirclement. Yuma had never met Rui again after the last reunion at the Red Dungeon, but he realized that Rui had become more and more like an adult. He shook his head immediately to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and focus on his current goal. Yuma ran again. Over there. Tizen. Roger. Tizen readied his enchanted armament, the railgun gauntlet, and fired it in no time. The shell that was clad in lightning exploded below Yuma's feet. Whoa! The ground exploded, raising a cloud of dust that blocked Yuma's vision. Yuma tried to jump out of the cloud of dust. Alas, something twining around his leg. What now? Chain was twining around his hand and feet, effectively sealing his movement. When the smoke cleared up, he could finally see his surroundings. 4 seekers from the Howl of Thunder Beast were holding on the other end of the chain that twined around his feet and hand. He tried to tear the chain. Alas, it was tougher than its appearance. He then realized that the chain might be an enchanted armament. The people holding the chains might be injured if I forcefully pulled the chain. When he was troubled by the situation, a woman closed in with a loud voice. Misaki Bluel. She brandished her fire-clad sword. Yuma raised his left arm to block the incoming slash. Though the clash scattered countless sparks, he couldn't feel the heat. Don't look down on my fire resistance. Misaki jumped back as her sword got repelled. At that moment, Tizen roared. Yuma tried to dodge. Alas, his movement was limited by the chain. A thunderclad shell fired right at Yuma's abdomen and then exploded. The impact blew him back. Alas, he was stuck on his place due to the chains. The seekers who held the chain were doing their best to hold the chain. Yuma looked at his abdomen. Despite the explosion, it didn't hurt or itch. Is that mean Albert's magic is just special? Thought Yuma as Tenuji closing into him. But he set that matter aside for now and faced the problem at hand. Yuma dissolved his body. When his body turned into liquid metal, the chain couldn't hold him as he turned into black metallic sludge. Tenuji, who rushed at Yuma, stopped on his track. Yuma's body moves in a liquid metal state along the surface of the road. They turn into that blackish puddle. They're trying to escape, when he moved steadily along the road to escape. "Don't worry, I won't let it go." "Whoa!" Yuma exclaimed loudly and returned to his metal armor state when he saw a flaming sword tearing the road ahead of him. The one who blocked him was Rua with a blazing katana in his hand. He readied his katana and slashed at Yuma. I've had a hard time to dodge his slash. Could it be that he's actually become more skilled than before? And when Yuma blocked Rua's katana with his left arm, Rua's eyes glowing with suspicious light. The flame that attacked his left arm exploded. And though Yuma pulled his arm just in time, he wasn't entirely unscathed. Ouch! Both sides retreated at the same time. Yuma was really surprised to feel the heat on his left arm. Ruiz, using the same magic as Albert, Rua, Tenuji and Co rushed at once. Rua was glaring at Yuma while pointing his katana at the latter. "Yeah, this katana is working against that fella. Let's keep this up." Once again, Rua closed in toward Yuma as his katana drew an arc in the air. Though he failed to land a solid hit, his attack got sharper and sharper with time. The monster raised their left arm to receive the slash. An explosion occurred right at the moment of contact. Rua retreated, still raising his katana. He couldn't see the figure of the black armor due to the smoke from the explosion. "I landed a clean hit for sure, but why do I feel that something is amiss back then?" Rua glared at the rising smoke while taking a stance with his katana. The figure of the black armor appeared again once the smoke cleared up. They stood unscathed and there were numerous glowing blue lights on their left arm. Just when he thought that the black armor was going to attack, the other party suddenly turned around and escaped. Such an absurd movement left Rua completely dumbfounded. "Rua, are you okay?" Tenuji rushed at Rua, checking if the latter was injured from the melee, and saw Rua was looking dumbfoundedly at his blazing katana. "The response from my last attack is strange." "Huh? What do you mean?" Tenuji frowned as he heard such a strange remark. "It shouldn't be able to use water magic, right? But why does it feel like the flame is being pushed back?" "Oi, gimme a break," said Tazan as he stepped forward and spoke with an astonished face. "Being extremely powerful alone is already more than we can handle. Are you telling me now that it can use magic on top of that? Don't screw with me." "Tenuji, do you feel anything?" "No, my sense couldn't go as far as to tell the different properties of magical power. Anyhow, let's go after it for now." Rua nodded readily. Alas, he couldn't help but feel something was off about the glowing blue lines on black armor's skin. If that really was water magic. Tenuji and Co ran to chase the black armor with such anxiety. When Yuma was running in the alley between buildings, another person jumped from above. "You! What the heck?" He twists his body when more than a dozen people throw something at him, few of which land on his body. Upon a closer look, he realized that the thing was chains and they were coiling around his arm and leg. The heck? Has chain become the norm now? Yuma turned his arm and leg into liquid metal and got rid of the chains that bound him. It slip away. Stop right there. Go 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 go, chase that monster. They're confused. But once I open the distance, none of the Seekers can catch up with me. So let's focus on Asuka, that way. Tenuji. Stop it at all cost. Yuma reacted to the Seeker who got outrun by him. Tenuji? I should have left him behind a while ago. I don't think he can catch up with me in such a short amount of time, thought Yuma as he turned around and looked at the familiar Seeker clad in a battle suit. That must be Farmals. At that moment, a voice came down from above Yuma's head. Can't be helped then. It's my turn, I guess. Someone fell in front of Yuma. That person then stood up again after falling on the ground as if it was no big deal. The Seeker was a man who wore a white mantle with a hood over his battle suit and carried a big white bag on his back. His unique forelock was something that Yuma saw again and again. His slit eyes were looking at Yuma. Kaito. Does that mean he's a top-class Seeker too? The dumbfounded Yuma stopped on his track. Akito let out a grin on seeing that. "Hey, Black Armor. Now it's my turn to play with you. Worry not, it won't be boring." Akito then lowered his bag and took out a spear from inside. The spear was taller than its owner height, and the tip and clasp were made much bigger. He held the spear with both hands and pointed its tip at Yuma. Akito let out a smile as he looked at Yuma. "This is the strongest enchanted armament in history, the Thunder Spear Geibolg. This fella going to burst through your prided tough body." Chapter 162, Attack of Anomalous Thunder. Lightning spark surges around Akito. The golden sparks slowly turned black. It was a surreal spectacle. Black lightning? Ha 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 tilde, surprised now. This is the second level of thunder magic Black Thunder. Akito then closed in without hesitation and unleashed a stabbing attack at Yuma. Yuma faltered for a moment. He quickly crossed his arms to protect his chest. The moment the black lightning touched his arms, his body got blown back along with numerous crackling sounds. The impact of the attack was so strong that he almost passed out for a moment. His body got blown back so far away, breaking the entrance glass of a restaurant, and only stopped after he crashed into the wall of the restaurant. That was the most painful attack he received so far. Yuma tried to get back on his feet. Alas, he realized that his right arm was trembling due to the previous attack. Is this thunder magic? Does it have this much power? If that's the case, then defending myself with water magic won't be that effective either. Yuma clenched his teeth, got back on his feet, and walked out of the store. Are you kidding me? They're not dead after such a powerful attack. Just how tough is this guy? Akito readied his stance again. Yuma also saw other Seeker coming in their direction, meaning that he couldn't waste his time to fight Akito. Yuma invoked his bloody awe and clenched his left arm, spared from the black lightning. This is the end. The spear clad in even more violent, crackling black lightning coming in again. That moment, Yuma used his full strength to punch the ground beneath his feet. His single punch broke the concrete, making it explode due to the sheer power of his punch, sending splinter and dust in the air. Akito's body blasted backward due to the shockwave from the explosion, though he managed to stay on his foot at the last minute. When he looked up, the figure of the black armor that was covered by smoke and dust had already gone. Tenuji. How did it go? The Seekers from Farmall who came a moment later asked that question as they stood around Akito. My bad. That monster seems to get away. The leader of the Seeker clan clicked his tongue upon hearing Akito's nonchalant reply and said, chase that monster. Akito was about to follow them, alas, when he shifted his attention to the place where dust already settled. He saw that the hole created by the black armor's punch was bigger, and much deeper than his expectation. Seriously man, a chill ran down Akito's spine since he knew that he would instantly turn into meat paste if he got him by that punch. Crap, that's a close call. Now there's more of them. I saw Seeker whenever I go. Yuma tried to hide in the alley between buildings and yet, he got found out immediately. Even if he tried to hide in the building, the said building might get destroyed as a result of the battle. If I'm not mistaken, there's a Seeker who can sense mana among them. Yuma got fed up with this situation. He realized that he couldn't escape as long as he didn't cancel his metallization. Though he could cancel metallization once 5 minutes had elapsed, he might die if the metallization was cancelled amid battle. Just when he was wondering what he had to do, his eyes caught the manhole on the street. It looks filthy, but I have no choice. Yuma's body turned into liquid as he opened the lid of the manhole and slipped inside. After descending the vertical ladder in his liquid form, he only returned to his human form after arriving in the sewer. It's dark here. Let's walk carefully. Though there was a stream in the middle of the sewer, Yuma didn't even consider the option to use the chute. He keeps trotting along the passage of the sewer. They're in the sewer, said Albert, who stood on top of a commercial building while looking at a certain direction. Just as I expected. We've prepared a countermeasure for that. It'll be executed immediately. Mia, who stood by Albert's side, declared confidently. Well, no need to worry about that. By the way, How far is the preparation? Albert looked down at the ground as he stood on the edge of the rooftop. The member of Prometheus was working on something below him. It's time to end this. We're having a lot of trouble just to lure Black Armor to this location. Though Mia was quite serious, Albert looked quite nonchalant. We have no choice but to truth the Japanese government and the other Seeker clan. We can only do what we can do. Albert let out a chuckle as he took a glance at the place where he felt the vast amount of mana. The UR, Black Armor. Don't escape. Seeker rushed at once. Hey! They're in the sewer too? This is going too far. Flame, wind, and thunder magic flew past Yuma. The user of water magic was using the sewer's water to attack. Stop it, damn it. It's dirty. Yuma looked in panic for the manhole. Once he found one, he climbed up the ladder to the ground right away. Over here. Attack at once. Once he was on the ground, a lot of Seekers had already been waiting for him. Few magic hit him, alas, it wasn't even itchy. But, I don't know which among them is the attack that can breach my resistance. Dozens of Seekers rushed and blocked his escape route. Few others were jumping from the rooftop of the building. Surrounded from all sides. I've no choice, I guess. Yuma's left hand glowed brightly. The next moment, color drained from the faces of the Seekers around him. The black monster's form then transformed into that of a huge red dog. The dog rushed forward, breaking the encirclement. It's Helgam. The Black Armor transformed. The Helgam left the Seeker in the dust and entered the public road. Ooh! It's fast indeed. I might be able to escape using this form. Though the Seeker was waiting ahead of him again, Yuma raised his concentration and invoked his blood yaw. At that moment, the dog accelerated even further, passing by the gap between the Seekers. What the? Is that Helgam? It's much faster than your average Helgam. Seeing everyone get flabbergasted by his speed, Yuma entered the town area while laughing at the Seekers who couldn't chase him. He realized that he could run faster by combining the running ability of the demonic dog and the boosting effect of the blood yaw. After running for a while, he found another road blocked by Seekers. Yuma thought that some of them might get critically injured if he forcefully broke through the blockade, so he turned to the right. A while later, he found another group of Seekers blocking the road again. It seems a lot of Seekers were also building barricades inside the building and on top of the rooftop. It seems they don't want to let go of me. Since it really couldn't be helped, Yuma took the left turn this time. And when he entered a big, straight road, a few Seekers had already been waiting ahead of him. Alas, they couldn't completely block the road. The side of the road had fewer people. The heck? Does that mean they're running out of time when building the barricade? Anyhow, since he felt it was convenient, Yuma chose to break through the place with a looser barricade. The Seekers didn't seem to try to stop him either. Yeah. And less than a moment after he celebrated his success, a wall of flame stood before him. It wasn't your usual flame either. It was scorching hot hellfire. Could it be Albert's fire magic? Yuma stopped at once. He tried to turn in another direction, alas, a pillar of fire stood in his way, and blocked his retreat path too. Chapter 163, Birdcage. This is, upon a closer look, it looks like something stuck on the ground. It was dagger-like enchanted armament with a red gem attached to it. The dagger was arranged in a circle as if to surround Yuma. When Yuma was perplexed, a voice called out to him from above. Man, that really is amazing. Never expected that you could transform into Helgam. So you really are not a normal monster. Yuma raised his face. Over there, he saw a pair of men and a woman standing on the roof of the building. Though he had no idea what they were talking about since they spoke in English, he knew their name. Albert. The tall man smiled casually as he raised his hands in front of him. Let's detain the Black Armor in this place. I'll use my entire magical power to do that. Yuma ran at full speed toward the place that wasn't covered by flame. Alas, the flame burst forth again, one after another from the dagger that stuck on the ground. That flame was coiling around like a branch to stop Yuma from moving in that direction. What is that? The flame that moved on its own as if it had its own will then formed something much like a cage. The final form was that of a giant cage. The cage had a radius of 10 meters. It was a magical prison made from flame. Albert on top of the roof muttered quietly, "Is this fire magic of 3rd level to your liking?" Prometheus had managed to capture the black armor. The staff in the command room in the main building of the Ministry of Defense raised a cheer. "Tell the other seekers to assist them." Self-Defense Assistant Vice Minister Serizawa gave such order. As he left his seat, the staff in charge of relaying the communication started to relay his order to the seekers. The Minister of Defense, Takakura, sent a sidelong glance to the busy staff before he glared back at the monitor again. "Is the image from that place still there?" The communication car from SDF is heading toward the location. They'll arrive in a few minutes. Hearing Serizawa's reply, Takakura began to speak as he looked at the main monitor. "This might be our only chance. We have to subjugate it no matter what." Serizawa listened silently to Takakura's prayer-like muttering. "What the heck is that?" Kanzaki stopped on his track. The reason was the strange structure that appeared at the location he was heading to. It had a novel design, like modern art. When he came closer, he realized that it wasn't a structure. It was made from elongated flame. "It's kinda like a bird. Definitely man-made." It went around the building, reaching the street. A lot of Seeker gathered around that structure and saw that a Hellgam was trapped inside that birdcage-like structure. As they catch the Hellgam? When Kanzaki muttered his doubt, the body of the aforementioned Hellgam suddenly melted away. It turned into a pool of black water and then reformed into a humanoid form. The monster had a horn growing from its head, and its body was covered by black armor. "Yuma!" Kanzaki shut his mouth immediately when he unintentionally called out to his employee. "How did you get caught here? So you can turn into Hellgam too?" Such a question passed in his mind. Alas, Kanzaki shook his head and shoved those questions in the back of his head. "I have to save him." So, when he was looking around, he saw someone's figure standing on the roof of a building. Albert. Does that mean this is his magic? Kanzaki quickly took out his smartphone and contacted Aisha. "It's me. What's happened to Yuma-kun?" "I found Yuma, but he's trapped in a cage made from fire magic." "That's..." Aisha didn't speak for a while as if pondering about something. "Oi, say something already. Can we break that cage? If needed, I can go and saw." "No you don't." Aisha's warning carried strong compelling force for some reason. "Why?" "That's Albert's magic." "Yeah, I know. That guy is standing on the roof of the nearby building." "Then it means that cage might be the 3rd level of magic." "What? 3rd level?" Kanzaki almost couldn't believe his ears. He never heard of such magic before. "There's a rumor about Albert reaching the 3rd level of fire magic in a certain experiment in America. I don't know the detail, but that birdcage might be the rumored 3rd level." "What we have to do then?" "Don't cut the call. Come closer and tell me everything you see. I might be able to find a way to break the cage." "Oh okay. But, won't the call suddenly cut off in the middle due to the mana interference?" Kanzaki could hear Aisha snorted from the other side of the phone. "The government already considering that factor. They must have already amplified the electromagnetic wave around that place with the communication device. Don't worry about it, just focus on saving Yuma-kun first." "I understand." Kanzaki ran toward the birdcage surrounded by seekers with phones in one hand. "Locked up? Did I just got screwed up?" The flustered Yuma looked around in panic. He was surrounded by a giant cage made of flame. "Albert is the only one capable of such a feat. Maybe they want to stop me from moving around." Yuma clenched his right fist, clad his fist with water magic, and unleashed a straight thrust to destroy the cage. He thought that the water should break the flame cage. Alas, the fire swayed like a snake the moment his fist touched the flame. The flame snake then rushed at Yuma and exploded upon touch. "You are unable to endure the explosion." Yuma was sent back. His arm and shoulders feel like they just got burned. "What kind of flame is this? I've never seen something like this." At that moment, the dagger that was stuck on the ground caught his attention. The fire came out from the dagger that was arranged in a circular pattern. If I destroyed the dagger, Yuma transformed his left hand into a sword and attacked the dagger. And just when his attack was about to reach the dagger, the flame flickered and turned into a vortex that attacked him. It repelled the incoming sword with an explosion. A few of the flames turned into snake that rushed at him and exploded upon touching his leg and shoulder. Yuma pulled his left hand as he grimaced in pain. Damn it. It's like they have their own will. Since that's the case, while Yuma was trying to destroy the birdcage from the inside, numerous seekers had already gathered outside. The fastest to arrive was the foreign seeker from the German, Schutze clan. Its leader, Matho, was the very definition of a gentleman with his white hair swept back, and a veteran seeker whose age approached 50. When he looked curiously at the birdcage, he discovered Albert's figure standing on the roof of the building. Albert, let us in to finish off the black armor. Hearing that, Albert looked at Matto while manipulating the magical power in the birdcage. What shall we do? They might take our achievement. Hearing Mia, who stood by his side, say that, Albert shook his head with a wry smile on his face. It can't be helped. The black armor strength is beyond everyone's expectations. We have to work together to defeat it. Albert adjusted his magical power and made a big enough entrance for a few people to go into the cage. The seekers from the Schutze clan then used that entrance to go into the flaming birdcage. Matto readied daggers in both of his hands and glared at the black armor. Chapter 164, Overly Underestimated Danger. After confirming that everyone from the German Seeker clan had entered, Albert controlled the flame and closed the entrance. The fire magic of the third level was fire magic whose shape could be altered at will. He adjusted his breathing to focus on his skill. Mia, I'll be defenseless when using this magic. Please protect me during that time. And use the member of Prometheus to protect the dagger from outside attack. I understand. Still, doesn't that mean the black armor can attack the dagger from inside? Mia asked seriously. Even Mia was not privy to the details regarding the third level of fire magic. The power of the explosion is weakened since the flame stretches out in a wide area. Honestly, I'm barely hanging in the just to prevent the enemy from escaping. I won't be able to hold on for too long. Mia frowned when she looked at Albert, who laughing wryly. If the black armor hadn't defeated within an hour, the monster might escaped. Mia looked at the situation on the ground from the roof. More seekers gathered around the seeker. What the hell is that huge fire magic? Tenuji Akito along with Farmel's seeker clan arrived near the birdcage. At that moment, another seeker came from another direction. That's Akito frowned since the newcomer was someone that Akito didn't want to see the most. Akito, is that you? It was Tenuji who led the Howl of Thunder Beast. He was bewildered when he saw his little brother. I heard from Ishikawa that you joined Farmel. Why you're not telling me personally? Ha! Now it's not the time to say that. Look, this is once-in-a-lifetime chance to defeat the black armor, said Akito as he looked at the birdcage. The black armor was having face-off against a foreign seeker. Tenuji had also looked around. Then he looked at Albert, who stood on the roof. So it really is that guy's magic. Tenuji wanted to participate in the fight. Alas, he knew that he couldn't approach the fire cage recklessly. When he was contemplating what to do, a few SDF vehicles arrived. Some machinery and cameras were installed in the vehicle. The unit whose job is to send live footage to the headquarters. More seekers came from another direction. This time it was the Seeker clan from UK. Everyone has arrived. Let's end this fight in this place. Ruitazan, and the other members of the Howl of Thunder Beast look restless when Tenuji says so. The black armor and the seeker from Germany were glaring at each other inside the birdcage. Matto approached slowly. Germany's Ophanim and America's Prometheus knew from the previous report that they couldn't kill black armor by themselves. If even two powerhouses couldn't defeat the monster, meaning that the black armor's power was real. Matto moved carefully, unleashing a barrage of unending attacks. German Seeker followed after him from behind. Their forte was their seamless cooperation attack. They're undefeated in team battle. They surrounded the black armor in no time. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Everyone moved at once to unleash a seamless attack. With such an order, 8 people rushed in. 4 people jumped up and unleashed an aerial attack, simultaneously releasing magic gem. When every member of the Seeker clan approached the black armor with a dagger in their hands, red lines appeared on the body of the monster. The next moment, all the daggers held by the Seekers were broken to pieces, and the shockwave sent all members of Shutzer flying. Mato fell on his rear, eyes opened wide due to shock. What just happened? All Seekers who saw the fight from outside of the birdcage shuddered. When the glowing red lines appeared on the skin of black armor, they moved so fast that they couldn't be caught with the naked eye. Much faster. "Then when they fight us," Tenuji replied shortly to Rui's remark as they saw the fight from outside of the cage. Every member of Howl of Thunder Beast saw the clip of when the black armor fought the ogre. Though they already knew about the glowing red lines on the black armor's skin, they had no idea that it could boost the monster's physical strength explosively. The reason was simply because the sight of the monster pummeling the ogre to a pulp was too prominent. "Is that also the power of the black armor?" Tenuji muttered annoyingly. The other Seekers had the same expression as him. Could it be? That is, Honda from Elsid, who sat in the command room of the Ministry of Defense, suddenly stood up. He was dumbfounded, at a loss for words upon seeing the video on the screen. "Is something the matter, Honda-san?" Minister of Defense, Takakura called out to Honda, who stood up out of nowhere. "That's the bloody ore." "Bloody ore?" Takakura frowned upon hearing unfamiliar words. Alas, the face of Seizawa, who sat beside him, had turned pale upon hearing those words. "That's ability, right?" Honda nodded to answer Seizawa's question. Seeing Takakura's bewilderment, Honda wiped the sweat on his forehead and explained the matter to the former. "Vali is a monster from the Black Dungeon. Though short, they can raise their physical ability explosively for a short amount of time. And the same kind of effect can be found in their magic ore, but magic ore that boosts physical abilities." "Don't tell me." Only then did Takakura understand the situation. "Yes. That magic ore is the main reason for the extreme procedure taken to block the Black Dungeon. It's the first harmful magic ore that made even the specialist in the field flabbergasted." Takakura clenched his teeth. He did remember that this topic was around some years ago. This information was secret information that only a selected few government and research institutions knew about, and they agreed to put more strict regulations when it came to the Black Dungeon. But since the story about the Black Dungeon was of low priority, this matter was soon forgotten by him. "How can the Black Armor use the ability of that monster? Are they from the same species?" I don't think so. They don't seem like the same kind of monster. But there's an extremely rare case in which a monster becomes stronger after predating another monster." "Are you telling me that Black Armor does exactly that?" "Maybe. There's also the information about them transforming into Helgarm. The Black Armor might be capable of using the other monster's ability." Honda's voice resounded in the commander's room, where everyone fell into silence. The reason was simply because they underestimated the power of their opponent. The fact that the said monster had overwhelming close combat power was already enough to scare everyone, and yet, now they found out that it was only the surface. Takakura glared at the monitor and spoke with a solemn voice. "Raise the danger level from AA to AAA. Inform the Prime Minister about this matter immediately." Everyone in the conference room was at a loss for words. According to the simulation, if a AAA monster class appeared in a populated area, the estimated death toll ranged from 100,000 to millions. If the Seekers couldn't stop the monster, the next one to be used to eliminate the monster was a nuclear warhead. Chapter 165, Ophanim's Onslaught. Damn it! Everyone retreat. Mato from German stood up after he fell on his rear and then ordered his subordinate to retreat. When they approached the blazing lattice, the lattice swayed and formed an entrance enough for humans to pass. Mato and Seo used that entrance in a hurry. The Black Armor had also rushed toward the entrance. Alas, The entrance closed in the blink of an eye and the lattice turned into a snake that attacked the black armor again. The black armor swayed away the flame snake as they retreated. Charlotte from Ophanim looked at the black armor from outside of the cage with a dubious face. "Did you see that, Michael?" "Yeah, such terrifying strength. But, even more terrifying than that is, yeah, despite the overwhelming difference in strength, none of Germany's seekers died, right?" Michael had the same opinion as Charlotte. "Is that mean they just destroying the weapon? Just what in the world?" Those two were bewildered. They realized that the monster before them couldn't be measured with common sense. They realized that the monster could easily kill them back then, and yet, when Charlotte was pondering about this abnormal situation, someone shouted, "This is a message from Albert. This flame cage won't hold out for too long. Defeat the black armor before the cage is gone." I repeat. The one who shouted was a member of Prometheus. Not even Albert could maintain such large-scale magic for too long. "Now isn't the time to think about this. Let's go, Michael." "Roger." Now it was the turn of the Seeker clan from the UK to enter the cage. This was the second clash between the black armor against Charlotte and the Michael. Even if we try to do something to change the situation, it doesn't change the fact that we're against a monster. Then we have to give everything we got. Charlotte readied her new willow leaf sword in her hands. Rui felt all fired up. The opponent that he had to defeat, the black armor, was right before him. He wanted to enter the cage to fight the monster immediately, but Tenuji stopped him and said that they had to wait until the Seeker clan from the UK's turn. Surely, if an outsider of the clan entered the cage, the said outsider might become a hindrance during the fight instead. Thus, Rua had no choice but to back off. He felt magical power overflowing from the blazing katana strapped on his waist. "Do you want to fight against the black armor too?" Rui grabbed his katana while looking at the fight inside the cage. Over there, the leader of the UK's Seeker clan, Charlotte led her team to fight the black armor. Seeing the blonde woman closing in toward him, Yuma released his gauntlet sword to intercept the woman's swords. "This person again, huh? I have to be very careful, she's really strong after all." He measured the timing to parry the slashes of the blonde-haired woman with his gauntlet swords. Since it wouldn't hurt his opponent, Yuma had no hesitation as he raised his gauntlet sword to destroy the woman's sword that was clad in lightning. But, right at that very moment, the flame and thunder slashes came one after another, forcing Yuma to parry the attacks. "Did she read my intention?" One of the woman's swords glowed brightly. And that was magic gem release. Dragon, pallet. The attack exploded on Yuma's abdomen. The explosion has sent Yuma flying to the back till his back hit the flame lattice. The moment his back touched the lattice, the flame exploded, sending him back forward. Yuma's body was thrown forward and landed on his knees. He managed to get back on his feet, but this time, a black man unleashed another attack along with two other seekers. He tried to block the attack, but the impact of their attacks blew him to the back again. He got blown back and touched the flame lattice again. The lattice exploded, and the heat from the explosion made Yuma feel as if he was grilled from the inside. Yuma clenched his teeth and raised his face again. There, another seeker had already been waiting for him with the magic gem in their enchanted weapon glowing brightly. "It's work. It's working. Everyone, Albert's flame is working on the black armor." The seekers from Ophanim were moving together. They coordinated their attack toward the black armor while using the magic gem release. The monster got blown back, and the flame lattice exploded when it touched the monster's back. The monster fell on its knees, smoke rising from its back, obviously injured. "Keep attacking. Use your spare weapon if your main weapon has already been destroyed." Following Charlotte's order, the members of Ophanim used release on their weapon and kept pushing back the black armor, steadily building damage on the latter. Once someone finished their attack, they backed down immediately, and another person who had yet to release their weapon would replace their place. The black armor was getting cornered after receiving a barrage of unending attacks. "It's working." Charlotte felt the response in her hands. With a combination attack from all seekers, the black armor kept getting pushed back and attacked by the explosion from Albert's flame. And yet, The black armor endured all the damage and had yet to fall. After all member of Ophanum used up their release, the only ones left in the cage were Charlotte and the black armor. She wanted to finish off the black armor. Charlotte loaded her magical power into the willow leaf sword in her left hand. The magical power of lightning ran in her body, raising her reaction speed. She kicked the ground and rushed toward the black armor. Magic gem release. The sword clad in lightning glowed even brighter. Charlotte's attack managed to break the black armor's guard. Once that happened, the other party's abdomen was open, thus Charlotte unleashed a relentless combo at the black armor's unguarded abdomen. Dragon, roar. The attack blew the black armor crashing to the flame lattice again, which then followed by the biggest explosion ever seen until now. The monster was grumbling down as smoke rose from their body. I did it. Charlotte let out a victorious yell. Alas, the black armor stepped with their feet at the last moment, refusing to fall. Countless blue lines appeared on their skin, repelling the flame. The black armor raised their face slowly. Their eyes were glowing with ominous color and a gargantuan amount of mana was released from their body. Having used release 3 times in succession, Charlotte's body had finally reached its limit. She had no choice but to grit her teeth in frustration, retreating while glaring at the black armor. The moment Charlotte left the cage, 2 seekers entered the cage immediately. Charlotte looked at them sidelong and found out they were Japanese seekers. One of them was a youth carrying a huge spear, while the other was a youth wielding a katana. Charlotte couldn't help but make a bewildered face as she saw both of the youths. The reason is that both of them released bizarre magical power from their body. Chapter 166, 2 Master. Finally, it's my turn. Well, time to finish this. Akito, who entered the cage, tapped Gaebolg on his shoulder as he looked at the black armor. Though the monster was still standing, their leg was clearly unsteady. Akito, who preferred a slug fist had he given a choice, couldn't help but click his tongue. Oi, Tenuji. Now is the chance to beat the black armor. Don't miss it. Osaka, the leader of the Seeker clan where Akito belongs, shouted from outside the cage. Sure, yeah, replied Akito lazily while waving at his clan leader. At this point, he would be in huge trouble if he couldn't use magic of 2nd level. Akito was already grateful enough since Osaka allowed him to have a bout against the black armor by himself. I won't let you down. When Akito was about to rush to the black armor, he saw another seeker enter the cage from another entrance. Da heck. Get out of here, dead weight. Akito's face frowned in frustration upon seeing the newcomer. Alas, he had met with this seeker before. He must be a member of Howl of Thunder Beast. Akito's gaze moved to another place. Over there, he saw the figure of his big brother, Tenuji Hayato, standing outside of the cage. Akito was left bewildered since given a choice, the one who was supposed to enter the cage should be his big brother, the man hailed as the strongest seeker in Japan. And yet, the one who entered just now was obviously a youth. He should be around my age too. Why are they allowing him to enter? You're just a dead weight. Back down, laddie. I'm the one who will defeat the black armor. The youth stopped in his place when Akito spoke to him and then turned around. Sorry, but I cannot afford to back down. Defeating that monster is our duty. Huh? What in the heck is this young master who uncut for a brawl say with such a serious look on his face? That was Akito's impression of the youth. Alas, Akito realized that he was wrong the moment he saw the youth unsheathing his katana. Here I come. The youth rushed forward, his katana clad in blazing flame. Why, you fool? Normal magic ain't work against black armor. But the youth rushed forward without heeding Akito's warning. The black armor had also unleashed the gauntlet sword from both of their hands, ready for a clash. Even though Seeker was a dangerous profession where one had no idea when they would die inside the dungeon, Akito had no intention of letting someone die before him. Thus, he rushed forward too. The youth swung his katana, which then clashed with the black armor's gauntlet sword. That moment, there was a thunderous explosion, and the black armor was pushed back. The youth didn't waste a moment. He chased after the black armor while brandishing his katana. Another explosion had occurred. Akito shut his eyes due to the blinding light explosion. Is that the fire magic of 2nd level? He heard that no one but Albert could use explosion magic. But since the youth before him could also use that magic, it meant that he was really skilled. I see now. No wonder that big brother of mine is willing to send this lad off by himself. Splendid. The youth kept pushing the black armor with explosions and a barrage of slashes, but countless blue glowing lines appeared on the black armor's body. It seems that the magic of second level is barely working against them. But don't forget about me. Akito unleashed his Gae-Bolg, which was clad in black lightning. The black armor tried to parry the spear, alas, they got blown away by the black lightning from the spear and crashed onto the flame lattice again. After a series of explosions, smoke was rising from black armor's back. Alas, the black armor, whose body was glowing in blue color, was clearly unscathed. Akito pulled his spear and retreated slowly. Yup, defeating it in a frontal fight is impossible after all. Even more so if I have to do it alone. Oi laddie. What's your name, eh? The youth was dumbfounded for a moment before he readjusted his stance immediately. Amasawa Rua from Elcid. I see, I'm Tenuji Akito from Farmel. You're Tenuji-san's little brother, right? Sure, right. Listen, I'd rather not do this if possible, but let's fight together. That monster won't go down so easily after all. Understood. Both of them readied their weapon and rushed at the same time. The black armor had also readied their gauntlet sword. Exploding flame and black lightning rushed at the black armor. Kanzaki, who hid himself in the shadow of the building near the cage, was shouting with a smartphone in his ear, apparently calling to someone. Oi! Things getting dangerous over here. Yuma has already been cornered. It's only a matter of time before he gets defeated. Calm down. Have you seen the said birdcage? And the one he called to was Aisha. Yeah, there's some sword stuck in the ground. The flame seems to come from there. Some sort of enchanted armament maybe. Most likely. That sword is used as the medium to construct magic of third level. Shall I destroy the sword from the outside? Stop it. The other member of Prometheus should have been protecting the sword from the outside. Second-rate seekers like you won't stand a chance against them. Darn. You just saying whatever you want. Kanzaki looked around the birdcage, and sure enough, the seekers around the cage were looking really vigilant. Aisha was right, they were the members of Prometheus. Anyhow, it's magic that is constructed forcefully using those swords. It won't last for sure. Victory is the moment the cage vanished. When that happens, bring Yuma-kun with you straight to my research facility. I understand. Hi Aisha. If Yuma is defeated here, there's a chance that he might run amok like what happened in the Black Dungeon. If he turned into a giant and rampaged in the middle of the city, the damage caused by him might be unimaginable. Kanzaki just wanted to prevent that. Alas, nonsense. Back then we were in the bottom floor of the Black Dungeon with an abundance amount of mana which made it possible for him to turn into a giant. And despite the mana has overflowed to the above ground right now, it only has the same density as the shallow layer. What happened back then won't happen here. I see. That's reassuring. Kanzaki heaved a sigh of relief since he knew that Aisha was a pro in this field, so he knew that she was most probably correct. He then peeks out from the shadow of the building, looking at Yuma's battle. The seekers who watching outside of the cage were at a loss for words. Mato from Germany, Charlotte and the Michael from the UK, and the other seekers were dumbfounded seeing the fight unfold inside the cage. The flame that soared from the katana exploded with each strike. The black lightning that crackled inside the birdcage converged on the tip of the spear that rushed toward its enemy. It was a never-before-seen combination attack of magic of second level. Albert had also seen that spectacle from the roof of the building. Well, that's amazing. To think that Japan has such a powerful seeker in their country. And yet, both seekers mastered the magic of the second level. Both would surely leave their names in the annals of history. But the one that surprised everyone was the black armor's movement. They used both gauntlet swords in their hands to parry the two seekers' terrifying combination attack. No matter how much the flame exploded, the glowing blue lines on the black armor's body minimized the damage. Even the black lightning barely grazed the monster's skin. You must be kidding me? It took our attacks. Akito couldn't hide his shock. Rui frowned as he swung his katana. Chapter 167, The End of the Battle. The flame slash got parried, and the flash of lightning spear couldn't hit the black armor. They were forcing both Ruia and Akito to step back. Just how strong is this bastard physical strength? Akito adjusted his breathing as sweat trickled down his face. He glared at the black armor but still couldn't find a breakthrough. Beside him, Rui felt something was off. Strange. Why is this fellow doesn't try to kill us? Akito frowned. That fella can easily kill us with their strength. Yet, they kept aiming for our weapon. At that moment, Akito had no choice but to agree with Rui. Even though there were few moments that could be used by the black armor to turn the table and kill both seekers, the former didn't finish them off. Maybe they are different from normal monsters. Like they didn't want to fight humor. The hell you're talking about? Akito cut Rui's words. Monster that doesn't want to fight humans? Has that ever happened before? That's... Stop dreaming, boy. The Duke that appeared in South America killed 2,000 humans, and this fella is a lord, the stronger variant. The number of estimated victims when fighting in urban areas ranges from 10,000 to 100,000. It'll be too late once there's a victim. I know that, Rui shouted back as he grits his teeth. We're seekers, our job is to fight monsters. And the monster we have to defeat is right before us. The black armor's strength is the real deal, we have to go all out. Yeah. You're right. Rui gripped his katana again. Akito had also loaded the maximum amount of his magical power into his spear. Defeat the black armor with everything we got. After both of them found common ground, the flame and thunder burst forth, combined together, and rushed toward the black monster. His breathing was a mess. His line of sight had dimmed, he could barely stand on his leg. Standing before me are Ruia and Akito. Both were strong. However, they couldn't give significant damage since I used metallization. The same happened during the battle against the Chimera. This body invalidated physical damage, but things were different this time. The exploding flame and the black thunder bypassed his resistance. The sole reason he's still standing right now was solely because only a portion of the damage that surpassed his resistance hit him. His resistance itself was working. Yuma pressed his heaving chest. There was rising fear in his chest. The ones who would defeat him were his childhood friend, Rui, and his acquaintance, Akito. The flame effect was reduced by water magic. Alas, he already ran out of the magical power of water. And he had no way to protect himself from thunder magic. Yuma looked at the prison of flame. At a glance, it feels as if the flame was weakened a little bit. Such large-scale magic shouldn't be able to be maintained for too long. It might be cancelled any moment now. I just need to endure until then. He readied the gauntlet sword in his arms, looking at the two seekers before him. Ruia and Akito rushed forward at the same time with a determined look on their face. The flaming sword drew a smooth line. The tip of the spear came forward while releasing black lightning. Yuma invoked his bloody aura against the combination attack. This is the last attack. Albert revealed an anguished look on his face that was drenched in sweat. Are you okay, Albert? Mio asked anxiously. I'm about to hit my limit. How much longer you can hold on? Around 3 minutes. Hearing that, Mia stood at the end of the rooftop and looked down below. The flame prison will vanish in 3 minutes. Defeat the monster within that time. The seekers below couldn't hide their shock at hearing that news. After 3 minutes, the black armor would be freed from the cage and escaped. Everyone in that place knew that they did not have enough power to stop the monster. Even Tenuji, who watched the fight inside the cage, understands that much. Oi, time is running out. Rui also has a hard time inside. What are we going to do, Tenuji? Tizan lost his composure. Tenuji had also clenched his fists in frustration. We cannot let the monster to escape. We have to do everything to pre. Tenuji gave instructions to his subordinate, who brought a big duralumin case. After the case was placed on the ground and opened up, he wore the gauntlet in the case to his arms immediately. Oh, isn't that? Tizan looked surprised. Misaki Blue, who looking at the situation from behind, had also frowned. Upgraded enchanted armament. It's still a prototype, right? That's right. I can reach the magic of the second level as I use the yellow diamond magic gem with this new God of War's fist. Stop it, idiot. We have yet to confirm the safety of this thing, right? If something goes wrong, your ARMS might be blown off altogether. Tizan shouted at Tenuji. Misaki had also tried to persuade Tenuji, alas, the latter didn't change his mind. I have to do this. It's my responsibility as the clan leader to let that black armor escape. If only we manage to defeat it back then in the city of Sika, things won't spiral out of control like this. That's Tizan couldn't say anything back upon hearing Tenuji's remark. Now it's time to fulfill my duty. After he wore the new God of War's fist on his arms, he looked in the direction of the rooftop. Albert, let me in. After a brief pause, the flame lattice swayed, creating an entrance enough for one person. Tenuji then used that entrance to enter the cage. Inside, both Ruia and Akito fought desperately against the black armor. Tenuji stooped forward, focusing on the enemy before him. Lightning sparks flew around him, his hair turned into golden color as it stood up. Magic gem, release. The color of the lightning spark turned black as it clad on Tenuji's body. At that moment, Tenuji felt his body was screaming in pain. Alas, he clenched his fists to endure pain. He stepped forward and instantly closed in before Ruia and Akito. Ara 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 ara. Aura. Tenuji's rush was raining down upon the black armor. It was an attack that couldn't be stopped by the enemy. A spark of black lightning flew about with each hit. The electric signal and impulse inside the body could be enhanced with the power of black lightning, and optimizing movement by focusing it in the foot. His speed surpassed Ruia and Akito, forcing the black armor into a defensive position. Go. Defeat that fella. The blow that clad in black lightning hit his arms, crushing his guard, landed a hit on his abdomen and face. Yuma was truly at a loss for words. It's no different from normal beating. A punch to the abdomen made him want to vomit. A punch to the jaw almost knocked him off. Even if he managed to stop the fist, the black lightning still hit his body, paralyzing it. Anyhow, the attacks were super fast and accurately aiming for vital spots. The strongest seeker of Japan, Tenuji Hayato, made his move. Yuma couldn't counter the rain of attacks and was unable to endure pain that assailed his entire body. His knee gave and first, hands on the ground, propping his body. When Tenuji looked at his leg and felt the stabbing pain in his knee, he realized that he had broken his knee. Finally hit my limit. This fellow is. But Tenuji hadn't given up yet. He raised his face and looked at Ruia and Akito. Ruia. Now. Suddenly, Ruia jumped forward from behind Tenuji. Just like when he fought against Ruit Ibaraki, but with different conditions. The previous attack was dangerous. Yuma could barely stand up. Though staggering, he looked forward. Ruia raised the katana in his hands, already turned into the blazing blade. The katana then swung down. Yuma realized that he couldn't afford to take more hits and decided to strike back. Even if it meant he had to beat Ruia. Yuma clenched his left fist. And just when he was about to punch Ruia, he couldn't move. His left arm trembled, refusing to move. It was the effect of Tenuji's thunder strike. Yuma looked forward. The flaming slash came down from the upper left, creating a raging explosion in his chest. The fire sparks scattered in the air, a scorching smell wafting in the air. Ruia stopped moving after delivering his slash. Everyone held their breath, as if the time stopped. The black monster, whose body was covered with smoke, fell forward. The monster falls, raising a cloud of dust. An eerie silence enveloped the area. And then, they died. The seekers around the birdcage raised thunderous cheers. The flame lattices weakened and then vanished completely. Albert, who stood on the roof, had also heaved a sigh. He barely managed to prop himself on his feet. Seeing that, Mia hurriedly propped him by his side. "Are you all right? You overdid it today." "Yeah, thanks Mia. This is the truly exhausting day." Propped by Mia, Albert left the rooftop. The people in the operation headquarters of the Ministry of Defense raised a cheer. Serizawa stood up, looking at the monitor and looking to the side. "We did. We succeeded, Takakura-san." "Yeah. According to the current report, no Seeker is killed during this operation. This is the best result I can hope for." Takakura heaved a sigh. Had the operation failed, there was no doubt that the government would come forward with a tactic to fire a nuclear warhead from America. No matter how you think about it, using a nuclear warhead in the middle of Tokyo was the worst choice out there. "We have to thank those Seekers." The foreign Seekers, whether they're from Germany or UK, share the same kind of joy. The exhausted Akito plopped on his rear. "You overexerted yourself, big brother." "Well, thanks to that though we managed to defeat the Black Armor." Tenuji was still crouching down, unable to move. Alas, his lips formed a smile upon hearing his little brother's remark. "I have to at least show my cool side to my little brother. I've pride as a big brother after all." Akito snorted hearing that, the brothers then laughing together. Rui stood up until the end, looking at the sky. "We did it." He was completely exhausted. When he turned around, he saw the figure of the burned Black Armor. The first formidable foe he had ever met, the fated foe that he had to defeat. As he basked in the feeling of satisfaction after defeating such a formidable foe, he noticed that something was amiss. The monster that had been defeated didn't turn into sand. "This never happened before. Does that mean they're still alive?" thought True as he raised his vigilance again. Alas, the charred skin of Black Armor peeled off and fluttered in the air. It didn't turn into sand. Amidst such a bewildering phenomenon, something came out from inside. What appeared from under the armor was a tattered figure of a person. His face was covered in soot, his attire was burnt black. Rui gasped as the person who appeared from the Black Armor was someone he was familiar with. Act 6. Fetal Movement of the King, Ruler of Exploding Flame. Chapter 168, 4 IDR, Palestina. In the inner part of the dungeon, Ethan was folding his arms as he looked up at the Orpheus slate that was covered with tempered glass. "This day has finally come upon us." Ethan's assistant, Clark, who stood by his superior's side, felt the impending crisis. "What shall we do about this?" Honestly, just as helpless as you." The oars on the Orpheus slate before them, all of them were starting to glow. The glowing ore indicated that the monster was coming out of the dungeon. 18 oars that represent Duke. 7 that represent the Lord. If all of those unique monsters are coming out together on the surface, the damage they caused is akin to a catastrophe. And not to mention that the real problem is— Ethan raised his face. He looked at the 6 oars that occupied the topmost position of the slate. The 6 king that said to be the bringer of the world destruction. The red, green, blue, and yellow of the 6 were glowing too. The king of red, blue, green, and yellow. Though one of them alone is already something akin to catastrophe, 4 of them appear all together. This must be nightmare, right? It was written in another slate excavated in Orpheus that once upon a time, the 6 kings appeared during the prehistoric era of Earth, bringing upon calamity and destroying the ancient civilization. Clark looked at Ethan with a bitter look on his face. "Is this mean a checkmate?" Ethan looked at him with a parched smile and then shook his head. "I can't even imagine just how much of a threat they are. And though saying this sounds like irony for a researcher, it makes me want to pray to God." 2 days after the Black Armor was defeated, the news about the subjugation of the said monster by the Seekers eased the worry of the Japanese citizens. But, the following news about the said monster being captured alive caused many people to frown. A certain place in Tokyo, in the underground facility protected by SDF and Seekers security. Few researchers were looking at the huge monitor before them. "How's the condition?" the one who asked. The researcher was Takakura, the Minister of Defense. He came to this facility along with the Vice Minister of Defense, Serizawa, to see the condition of the captured Black Armor. "As you can see, he's still unconscious. We already heal his injury, but He has yet to wake up. The figure of a man sleeping in the bed was displayed in the monitor. He was asleep, his body covered in bandages, and had an oxygen mask on. The reading on EKG indicated that his condition was normal and just a matter of time before he woke up. "Won't this room being destroyed?" the chief researcher wearing glass replied nervously to Takakura's question. Well. The room is used to restrict the subject. The wall, floor, and ceiling are made from material for nuclear shelter, and equipped with magic gems which reduce the amount of mana inside the room to zero. Destroying it isn't an easy feat, no matter how powerful the black armor is. "I see." Takakura nodded and looked at Serizawa. "You've identified him, right?" "Yes. According to the information from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, his name is Mitaka Yuma, 18 years old. A seeker affiliated with dungeon-related private company." Takakura looked at the monitor again. 8 years old means that the youth lying in the bed is just a child. "I heard that the company he belongs to is called D-Minor. Its president, Kanzaki, seems to know that Mitaka Yuma is the Black Armor." "How did he get such power?" "According to Kanzaki, he turned like that after he ate a magic ore in the Black Dungeon that just cleared some time ago in Yokohama." "Black Dungeon?" "The one that captured the Black Dungeon in Yokohama is D-Minor. It's not like they're lying about it either, since they did testify before that they went all the way to the bottom floor." Takakura frowned. Even though the capture of the Black Dungeon was a problem, he ignored it since it didn't affect Japan's economy. But if it turned out to be the dungeon that gave birth to such a monster, it meant that they needed a more thorough investigation. "What is the man called Kanzaki doing right now?" "He's currently under the investigation of the Dungeon Association. The Metropolitan Police Department will arrest him once they're done with the investigation." "What is his charge?" Takakura didn't look away from the monitor as he asked Serizawa. "Several dungeon-related laws can be used against him. And due to the situation, there's no problem with his arrest." "I see," Takakura replied shortly. The monster turned out to be a human. This fact wasn't announced. They had to be careful since this was never seen before the case. The youth called Mitaka Yuma was a human with the power of a monster, or maybe a monster that takes the form of a human. Depending on the case, he might have to be disposed of, because this man might become a source of chaos in the world. Takakura turned around. He had to attend a cabinet meeting. Explaining the detailed situation to the Prime Minister was Takakura's job. He walked through the automatic door of the research institute while thinking about his unpleasant job. He then cast one last glance toward the black armor reflected in the monitor. The staff of the Dungeon Association and Metropolitan Police Department were surrounding Yuma's house in Tokyo, Okayano City. Their investigation around the house started from the morning until the afternoon. Mamizo, who lying in waiting in the garden, keeps barking non-stop upon noticing the stranger around the premise of his house. Yuma's parent also heard the detailed situation. Thus, everything in Yuma's room got confiscated. His parent could only look at the investigators back with a scared face as they carried out a few card boxes from Yuma's room. That moment, "Uncle. Auntie Kid-chan," replied Yuma's mother with a relieved voice. Kid arrived at Yuma's house while gasping for breath. She went past the investigator, toward Yuma's parents. "What's happening here, Kid-chan?" I have no idea why they..." Yuma's father spoke with a bewildered voice. Yuma's mother then followed. "The police don't say anything. And no one answered the phone when I contacted Yuma's company." "Yuma, where's Yuma right now?" Kid adjusted her breath and then looked at the two. "Yuma will be alright. I received a phone call from Rui a while ago. He can't tell me the details, but he said that Yuma is safe and sound." "Does Rui-kun know something?" Yuma's mother asked with a sobbing voice. "It might be something related to the dungeon. I think Rui knows the situation but can't tell anything due to the gag order." "What is this something dungeon related?" Though Yuma's mother had no idea about the details of Yuma's job, she still asked. "I'm also in the dark about this. I'll try to look into this matter. Don't worry. I'll contact you as soon as I know the situation." Kid put on her brightest smile to reassure Yuma's parent. She left after Yuma's parent thanked her, but Her heart was in turmoil when he heard that Yuma was in danger from ruin. She thought that Yuma was injured. But when she saw the police come to investigate Yuma's house, she doubted that was the case. And she knew that Yuma wasn't the kind of person who would commit a crime either. "Where are you right now?" Yuma took out her smartphone. She browsed the information from the internet to find something, and the news regarding the Black Armor took the top spot. Chapter 169, White Room. How many times do I have to repeat my words? Are you even capable of understanding human speech? Kanzaki sat on a long desk and shouted boredly. Sitting before him as the interrogator from the Dungeon Association was Kazuka Hideki. "I hear that. The problem is I can't trust your so-called story." Kazuka's rimless glasses reflected light as he touched it. Kanzaki glared angrily at him. "They are currently in the headquarters building of the Japan Dungeon Association in Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. That was where the hearing of Kanzaki was conducted. It was his second time visiting this building after the incident at Black Dungeon. "I'm telling you, Yuma is not a dangerous monster. He just changed like that after eating magic ore in the Black Dungeon." "Why you're not saying that before?" "Well, 'cause the first thing you guys are going to do is capture Yuma and confine him. My silence is my own decision to protect my employees." Kazuka heaved a sigh and took off his glasses. After wiping the lenses with a cloth that he took from his pocket, he spoke again. "Kanzaki-san, you know that the law regarding dungeons is detailed. Moreover, the rule established by the Dungeon Association exists to protect the seeker in this country. You just literally breaking the law. That's why I'm not telling you guys, 'cause you are too noisy. Yuma is doing his best to hold back. Look, none of those seekers you sent out were mortally wounded. You're making a big deal of this trivial matter." Kazuka was almost fed up facing Kanzaki's rage. The man before him didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Currently, the Black Armor has become the biggest headache for the government. Kanzaki would surely get arrested if he kept hiding the Black Armor existence. Kazuka then glanced at the figure sitting in the next room of the enraged Kanzaki. In the next room, his subordinate, Kurumi Shita, was interrogating another person. Another person who captured the Black Dungeon. "Aisha Kisaragi." "You are." The one who groaned in the interrogation room was the staff of the Dungeon Association, Kurumi Shita. She almost lost her temper before the arrogant scholar in front of her. "Till how long you're going to continue this? If you want to hear something from me, the one hailed as the owner of the most brilliant mind in this era, bring someone more capable than you." Aisha Kisaragi spoke with a cold, condescending voice. Kurumi Shita could only swallow her anger before the scholar. "You're under suspicion of destroying evidence, hiding criminals, and not reporting the facts to JDA. If you don't answer my question, then we have no choice but to entrust you to the police." Aisha snorted upon hearing that. "Is that a threat? Then I'm open to talking with those police. Rather, call them quickly. I'm bored of this already." "Gra." Kurumi Shita could only groan angrily as Aisha replied carefully while twirling her hair with her finger. "I did hear the rumor about her being an unstoppable mad scientist, but her attitude ticked me off. But I can't let her take the pace either." Kurumi Shita straightened her back, clearing her throat with a cough before continuing the interrogation. "You know that you have a really bad reputation among the scholar, right? Some of them even think that you might be the one who created the Black Armor. You better speak the truth for you and Mitaka Yuma's sake." Though Kurumi Shita tried to make her voice as cold as possible, Aisha just covered her mouth and yawned lazily as if it wasn't worth her time. "I've told you from the very beginning, all right. Yuma-kun becomes like that after eating a particular magic ore in the Black Dungeon, that's all of it. I, the specialist in this field, testified it. He's undoubtedly a human, not a dangerous monster." "So what is this magic ore you're talking about?" Kurumi Shita finally lost it after hearing Aisha's flippant reply. "Well, the monster just suddenly appeared from the darkness, so I don't know what kind of monster is. It might be a new species." "That's a lie." That was what Kurumi Shita thought, but Aisha ended up leading her by the nose. causing her to be unable to go deeply into this matter. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that he was in a dim room. After being dazed for a while, Yuma recalled the situation he was in. "Ah, I see. I have been defeated by Ruya and Tenuji-san." The oxygen mask was placed over his mouth. His arms and legs were wrapped in bandages, and when he tried to move his limbs, it felt as if his entire body was screaming in pain. "It seems my injuries were quite serious." Yuma lies on his back while looking at the ceiling. He was wondering what would happen to him now. Would he caught by police? When he was thinking quietly like that on top of the bed, there was no human presence. Yuma tried to move his neck, looking around him. The wall, floor, and ceiling, everything was white. There was an ECG placed beside his bed which monitored his heartbeat, and the rhythm was pretty normal right now. The size of the room is around 20 tatami mats. The bed is placed in the center with surveillance cameras placed on the four sides of the room. "Is that to observing me?" Ouch! Yuma moaned in pain as he tried to raise his upper body. He turned over the thin sheets, took off the oxygen mask, sit on the edge of the bed as his feet touched the floor. The pleasant, cool sensation of the floor transmitted to his feet. When he tried to stand up, he lost his balance for a moment and his leg was shaking. He touched the ECG and looked at the door before him. That seems to be the only entrance. Yuma removed the ECG cords on his body and walked toward the floor with unsteady steps. There was something like a sensor on the side of the door. "Do we need this to open the door?" That was what Yuma thought as he placed his hand on top of the sensor, but nothing happened. Yuma tried to hit the door. "Excuse me? Is anyone here?" No reaction. He might be able to destroy the door if he uses metallization, but doing that might make things even more complicated. Yuma tried to hit the door and shouted again, I'm hungry." But the only sound inside the room was the grumbling from his stomach. "Oi Aisha." The parking lot of the headquarters building of the Dungeon Association. Kanzaki called to Aisha, who was about to enter the car. Aisha's eyebrows twitched seeing Kanzaki rush toward her. "You're not saying unnecessary things during the interrogation, right?" "Ain't gonna say that," Kanzaki replied to Aisha, who suddenly asked him. "But, are you sure?" "I just tell them that Yuma changed in Black Dungeon. Telling them the truth right now is kinda," Kanzaki replied with a worried look, but Aisha just shook her head. "We don't know what's going to happen to Yuma in the future. Our current top priority is to convince them that Yuma-kun is safe and sound. If we tell them now that his power is not that of lord but king, it'll cause even more turmoil." That's also one of the possibilities. After this, there might be a talk about whether to dispose of Yuma or not. "Dispose? Do you mean like killing him?" "Like hell they're going to do that." "How naive." Aisha took out her smartphone, unlocked it, and showed the result of the browsing to Kanzaki. "This is the result of the latest poll. Over 80% of the population wants to execute him. The approval rating of Iwaki's cabinet, which has been on the rise, has plummeted because of the delay. For politicians, the current most important issue is whether to execute Yuma or not." That's. Kanzaki looked at the smartphone screen with a grim look on his face. Chapter 170, Cabinet Meeting. Headquarter of Elcid. The member of the Howl of Thunder Beast was gathered together in the free space on the 8th floor of the building. Starting from Tenuji, whose arms were bandaged, heavy silence enveloped every member who sat on the sofa. That was especially true for Ue. He sits on the bench sofa slightly separated from the other member, while looking at his hands. "Damn it. How did this happen?" Tizan walked around the room by himself, swearing every once in a while. "The monster that we wanted to defeat is actually a human? And he's like Ru's childhood friend, right? How can it be?" "Tizan, sit down." Despite Tenuji's reminder, Tizan kept walking round and round. The Seekers who fought the Black Armor were really surprised when they found out that the monster they fought turned out to be a human, thus unable to bring themselves to kill him. Because killing him means that they killed a human. When everyone was hanging their head down in silence, the door of the room opened up. The person who entered was the general manager, Honda. "What's the matter, Honda-san?" Tenuji stood up and walked toward Honda. Ruya and the other members followed suit and surrounded Honda too. I just talked with the higher-ups of the government, but the situation is severe. What does that mean? Ruya flared the moment he heard Honda's remark. Though both of us Elcid and part of the Seeker claimed that we should treat the Black Armor like a human, many government officials voiced that they have to execute the Black Armor as a monster. No way. Ruya was rooted on the spot, completely flabbergasted. Has Prime Minister Iwaki felt the same way? Asked Tanuji as he grabbed Honda's shoulders. I don't know. I heard that he's also hesitate to make a decision, especially after he heard the remark from the foreign seeker. Albert. Did he say something? Hona heaved a sigh with a grim look on his face. That is not a lord. His power transcends even that of a lord is what he says. Everyone's expression clouded at once upon hearing that. The only one who ever defeated a lord before was Albert. If even Albert said so, it means that the Black Armor was truly even stronger than a lord. Above all, they had first-hand experience of how powerful the Black Armor really was. His overwhelming power struck fear into their body. But still, Tanuji raised his face. Honda-san, please negotiate with the government. The Black Armor, Mitaka Yuma, will be accepted as a member of the Howl of Thunder Beast. Since his power has been proven, we want him by all means. Honda's face frowned. But we have to guarantee to stop him if he suddenly goes out of control. You know, right, Tanuji? We're talking about something that we only managed to capture after the strongest seeker in this world is working together. There's no next time. Tanuji refused with a shake of his head. None of the seekers that fight Mitaka Yuma is injured. Isn't that enough proof that he has human consciousness? I know what you want to say here. But even the specialist is torn about whether to call him human or not. We can't do something that dangerous. That might be the case. But we cannot afford to do that now since mana has been overflowing to the upper ground. He'll become a precious combat force in that kind of situation. That's why please do something about this, Honda-san. Seeing Tanuji bowed his head, Ruya, who fell into silence, had also spoken. Yuma. He isn't a monster. I'm sure that there's a reason why he looks like that. Yuma's parent and his friend have also been waiting anxiously for his return. This is also a request from me. Seeing Ruya bowing his head too, Honda finally heaved a sigh. I understand. I'll try to do something. But don't expect that I'll succeed. Yes. Ruya raised his head with a refreshing look on his face. Oh, howdy, Tanaka-san. Hello, President. In the hospital ward, Tanaka, with a bandage winding around his head, was sitting on a hospital bed while talking with Maiko, who came to visit him. I'm fine. Rather, what's happened to Yuma-kun? I hear that he got captured, but... Hearing Tanaka ask anxiously, Maiko, who sat beside him, also spoke. When is Yuma-kun going to go back? He's not arrested, right? Kanzaki scratched his head as he walked up to Maiko's side. Dunno. Aisha and I might get arrested though. That can't be. Maiko's eyes opened wide as she exclaimed. The police took all the documents in our office, and I'm not responding to the police call too. And yet, Tanaka also made a sad face on hearing that. The company won't be able to operate without you, Prez. What shall we do after this? What gonna happen to D-Minor? Kanzaki looked at the two anxious people before him and couldn't help but feel guilty for causing them to worry about him. Thus he braced himself. Worry no. I'll take care of everything. Be it the company, or the matter about Yuma, leave it to me. Father, you can't do anything if they arrested you, right? Well, you're right about that. Kanzaki could only be smiling wryly amidst the anxious gaze from Maiko and Tanaka. Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. Prime Minister Residence. It was the place where the emergency cabinet meeting was held. The meeting was chaotic since the opinion of each cabinet minister was flying around. Prime Minister, why are you hesitating about this case? Even the majority of public opinion supports the option of executing the Black Armor. At this rate, it'll affect the next election. The one who raised his voice was Hosokawa, the Minister of Health, Labor, and Welfare. He was an old man in his 80s and the leading figure of the ruling party with strong influence in the government. Iwaki was listening to Hosokawa while crossing his arms. He was a man with a good physique and white hair due to his age. Deep wrinkles formed on his face that became stern due to the tempering cooled life. I agree with Hosokawa-san. We all know that we cannot afford to the risk of letting the Black Armor live. We have to execute him immediately. The one who agreed with Hosokawa was the Minister of Economy, Trade, and Industry, Ogasawara. Despite his young age, Iwaki couldn't just flat out reject Ogasawara's opinion due to his high popularity. The Minister of Defense, Takakura, who also participated in the meeting, just listened in silence. Takakura himself couldn't answer if he was asked about the treatment for the Black Armor. The opinion is the Cabinet of Ministers was also divided, with around 60% of them agreeing to execute the Black Armor. The remaining was taking a wait-and-see attitude. The one who objected was the Minister of Justice, Ito. His beer belly shook as he slouched forward, looking at Iwaki. Prime Minister, if we're going to execute a Japanese citizen, we have to prepare for proper charge. Since there's the possibility that our act will collide with the Constitution, you should think about this carefully. Iwaki shut his eyelids as he crossed his arms. Their current biggest problem was how to deal with Mitaka Yuma, the Black Armor. They couldn't just execute him for no reason, since he did have the proper ID of a Japanese citizen. Though there was the opinion to treat him as a monster instead of a human, there was no report of Mitaka Yuma killing or injuring someone. Thus he couldn't be called a monster either. Since no one was injured, if proven that he was in control. Few scholars were also agreeing with that. Iwaki couldn't decide on the treatment for Yuma either. But personally, he agrees with the opinion of executing the Black Armor. Chapter 171. The Secretary of the Prime Minister. After the cabinet meeting was over, Prime Minister Iwaki left the meeting room and headed straight into his own room. Following behind him was his secretary, Hatano. Hatano was a former lawyer with neurotic slit eyes. He was the most trusted aide of Iwaki among the ministers of the cabinet. Hatano, what is your opinion regarding this matter regarding the Black Armor? Hatano replied without even batting his eyes. Yes, I also agree with you, Prime Minister. An existence that is only detrimental to our aim should be erased. But what now? Iwaki frowned. Though we don't disclose the fact that the Black Armor is a human to the public, there are many witnesses. If we execute a citizen for no legal reason, we might receive harsh criticism from the citizen instead. We have to avoid such trouble right before the election. Yeah, right. I think it'll be really hard for us to win the majority of votes in the next election. So let's not make a blunder before that. Yeah. That's for the best. Iwaki opened the door to his office, which he was already familiar with, and entered. He then sits on the leather sofa in the center of the room. He took out a cigar case from his pocket and cut the Dominican cigar with cigar cutter before he held it in between his lips. Hatano, who stood behind him, took out a lighter with trained movement and ignited the cigar. Iwaki inhaled the cigar before he exhaled the smoke. Iwaki could only be calmed down as the smoke puffed out from his mouth. Lately, depressing reports coming to him one after another. So he felt that he should have been allowed a bit of respite in his own office. He opened his eyes as he puffed smoke. But, the citizens have no idea that the Black Armor is still alive. So we should dispose of him as soon as possible. Yes, but there's a problem that we have to solve before then. Problem? Is there any other problem aside from legal reason to execute him? Yes, replied Hatano as he managed to rouse the Prime Minister's curiosity. The first problem is about the fact that the seeker from Elcid is against the decision to execute the Black Armor. Their reason is that the power of Black Armor might be needed to fight the strong monster that may come out later. Humphrey. Nonsense. He might be strong, but one person can't defeat a disaster. I agree with you, but the foreign seeker and some scholars have the same opinion as Elcid. We cannot completely disregard their opinion. You. What a fussy fellow. In addition, added Hatano in front of Iwaki, who nodded lightly, whether we can execute the Black Armor or not itself is already a problem. Because if we do it half-heartedly and he survives, we might become his target. I see, That's also a possibility. Iwaki nodded in agreement. He inhaled his cigar again and puffed out smoke a moment later. Then he put off the fire on his cigar with the prepared ashtray made from black porcelain and crossed his arms as he pondered about things again. Guessing what Iwaki was thinking about, Hatano then spoke respectfully. Prime Minister, should we make a decision based on the reaction of the public in the case regarding the black armor? Thus we can execute him once we have a clear grasp of public opinion. During that time, I'll go to negotiate with the side that opposes the decision, laying the groundwork to prevent dissenting opinions that might come out later. I think our best option for the time being is to not go against the current until we win the next election. I understand. I'll leave this matter to you. Still, thank you very much. Hatano bowed and left the room at once. Hatano's cheeks loosened once he walked along the corridor. Working behind the scenes to deal with the problem was his job. It was just like usual. His job was to get rid of the hindrance to their victory during the next election. That's all. Yawa, part of the white wall opened to the side, delivering his meal on a tray. The menu was rice, miso soup, fried fish, and vegetables. And cow milk. Kinda like the school lunch menu. Oh whatever, said Yuma as he took the tray and carried it on his bed at the center of the room. He placed the tray on the bed since there was no table in that room. When he scooped rice with chopsticks and drank the miso soup, a voice resounded from the speaker. Hey Mitaka-kun. Sorry for interrupting your meal. Just tell me if you have a request regarding your meal. I'll do my best to fulfill your request. Ah, thanks a lot. That is good enough already, Yuma replied listlessly. The one who spoke to him was a researcher called Fujinami. They had been conversing via speakers since last night. Fujinami then explained the current situation in detail to Yuma, who had no idea about the recent situation outside, about today's date and time, the situation after that battle, and about the fact that he was currently held inside the national facility in Tokyo. Fujinami replied to every single one of Yuma's questions, such as about the toilet and brushing his teeth, taking a bath, or what he had to do after this. Even I have no idea what's going to happen. But, I'll try to talk to the higher-ups so that they'll release you as soon as possible. I will appreciate if you do that. After he finished his meal, he walked to the wall while holding his tray, and part of the wall opened up. The gate closed after he placed his tray into the opening, as if to dispose it as it was. It was convenient, alas, too troublesome. Yuma returned to his bed while pondering about that. At that moment, his stomach began to rumble. Excuse me? My stomach suddenly. Yuma's expression warped in pain while holding his stomach. Is something the matter? Ah, no. My stomach is. I want to go to the toilet. Ah, okay. Just tell me if you feel something wrong with your body. I'll prepare medicine for you. Thanks. Yuma went in a hurry toward the opposite side of the wall where he placed the tray. The part of the wall held by his hands opened up, and what appeared behind the wall was a uniformed bath complete with a toilet. It was a cramped bath, but the beggar couldn't choose. Yuma went in and closed the door. 3 researchers monitored the situation from the monitor. The man who identified himself as Fujinami looked at the monitor while inputting data into his PC. The laxative mixed into the meal seems to be working. The sleeping pill mixed into his dinner seems to be working too. He seems to be no different from a human. Yeah, the question is whether lethal poison working or not. The tall researcher added so. He poured hot coffee into his cup while looking at the monitor. Honestly, I can't believe that is the Black Armor. He looks like your usual young man. When Fujinami said so, a woman who sat on the desk opened her mouth. I'm still considering the candidate for the poison that might be working for him right now. In short, we don't have to raise our vigilance since a bullet from the gun can kill him, right? Why does everyone make so much fuss? Hearing that, the tall man laughed lightly while sipping coffee. The big shot is overly worrying about things. It's our job to take those worries away. A while later, the door of the wall opened up and Mitaka Yuma came out from the toilet. Fujinami pressed the switch before his hand which connected to the sound system in the white room. Are you okay, Mitaka-kun? Just tell me if you need something, I'm your ally after all. Chapter 172, Descent of the Four Kings. 2 weeks after the Black Armor had defeated, around this time, strange data readings had been appearing from research institutes all over the world. The amount of mana drifting above the ground had increased exponentially. According to the measurement, the amount had already rivaled the mana concentration of deep layer of the dungeon. And then, right in the center of Russia, the largest red dungeon in the world is located in Krasnoyarsk. The deepest floor of the dungeon, called Pagonida, which means pit of hell in Russian, collapsed along with an earthquake. A huge rock formation around 5 kilometers in diameter sunk in. The result was a giant hole in the crust of the earth which kept going on as if drilled to the core of the earth. Then, fire monsters appeared from within, hundreds or maybe even thousands of them spilling from the hole and heading toward the human habitat. Hours later, a flying dragon started to appear. Atrocious claws and fangs, red scales, and flames spitting from their mouth. Top-class fire dragon, ancient dragon. Those more than 200 such dragons flying in the air were then followed by a giant monster that came from the hole. That monster spread its wings the moment it came out from the hole. The red scales on its gigantic body reflected the sunlight, its long tail swaying about in the air. Its glaring eyes and sharp fangs had something magical about them. The atmosphere itself warped due to the pure heat released by its body. The one that appeared was a giant, a crimson-colored giant dragon, the unique monster who ruled over the monster of fire attribute, the Red King. A few ancient dragons and red dragons opened their jaws ferociously. Tilde. A roar rose to the sky as if to scare the entire humankind. A Russian research institute whose job is to observe the trend of the dungeon in Krasnoyarsk. The researcher who saw that started to doubt their own eyes. At the same time, the southwest of India, Orissa province that faces the Bengal Inlet. That was the location of the world's largest green dungeon, Dvarapara. The dungeon started to collapse as some rose from within, which was then followed by a large amount of insects overflowing from the inside. Their number wasn't as simple as thousands or tens of thousands. There were hundreds of millions or billions of insect-type monsters overflowing from within. Those insect-type monsters ate the vegetation around them and then flew up into the sky. They gathered together and covered the sky. A monster that couldn't be seen appeared from within. Its appearance resembles that of a giant moth. It spread its poisonous-colored wings, scattering numerous glittering scales in the air. They had compound eyes that seemed to be able to see everything, and long, gaudy antennae. The two tails that growing from its abdomen were swaying ominously in the air. It was the unique monster who ruled over countless insect-type monsters, the Green King. The sky started to become dark as the insect monsters kept overflowing from the dungeon. The people who live in Bhubaneswar, the city in the east of Orissa province, finally noticed that strange phenomenon. Oi, what the hell is that? They point their hand to the sky. That moment, the other people had also noticed the situation. The black cloud that they had never seen before appeared literally out of nowhere. When they noticed that it wasn't cloud, the damage would be irreplaceable. At the same time, an unusual phenomenon was also observed in the North Atlantic, the island open sea. Unidentified life forms started to pour out into the open sea from the world's largest blue dungeon, Niflheim. A giant shadow was swimming leisurely among them. Appearance-wise, it looked like a shark, or whale. Alas, it had 6 feelers growing from its flank. After that life form was swimming at leisure, the sea was frozen, killing all marine creatures within its range. That life form was the unique monster who ruled over the aquatic monster in the silent endless sea, the Blue King. The gigantic monster then heads toward the coastline where the human was living quietly. And then, around the same time in America, the world's largest yellow dungeon located in Montana State, Wrath of God. The ground around the dungeon burst forth as if exploding from the inside. And then Golden Dragon hailed as the strongest dragon species flew up from within. One monster descended amidst the torrential lightning. Its size was smaller compared to a dragon. Appearance-wise, it looks like a horse, or deer, or maybe both. But, the black lightning that surged from its body rose up to heaven. The one who walked slowly on the ground was the unique monster who used the strongest thunder, The Yellow King. Even when the American government recognized the threat and deployed their army and seeker immediately, it was already far too late. Those powerful monsters had already overflowed from the dungeon. A notice was sent to the Japanese government a few hours after the simultaneous unusual phenomena. Part of the communication line had become completely paralyzed due to the influence of the mana. Currently, the only means for long-distance communication are optical fiber, telephone lines, and satellite communication. Alas, even those above-mentioned methods weren't completely free from the influence of mana. The communication could only be sent from a satellite hovering in low orbit, and even that couldn't be used in some areas due to the high concentration of mana. Few satellite constellations that could cover large areas weren't equipped with such a function. The optic fiber and telephone line had only worked inside the country. Alas, maybe because of the malfunction in the undersea cable, communication with foreign countries couldn't be done. What's going on? Is that true that monsters started to pour out from inside the dungeon all over the world? Prime Minister Iwaki, who just entered the South Conference room of the Prime Minister's office, asked that question to Takagura, the Minister of Defense, who had arrived earlier. Yes. We've confirmed that an unidentified monster appeared in America, Russia, India, and the coast of the UK. Each country and UN has concluded that they're unique monsters. Unique monster? Iwaki frowned. IDR defined them as rather peculiar monsters. Red Ogre and Black Armor are also under that category. It's only natural for each country to devise countermeasures since they can appear everywhere, right? Iwaki sat on his seat and looked at the laptop monitor that had been prepared by Takagura. Currently, only a few people are gathered in this small conference room, including government officials, an assistant vice minister, and Takagura. Even Iwaki had only been accompanied by his secretary, Hatano. The PC's monitor displayed the news site of each nation. Alas, it only contained fragmentary articles. And of them was the article from a few hours ago. There was no real-time article. Can you somehow restore the communication line? Takagura shook his head upon hearing Iwaki's remark. Unfortunately, that isn't possible. It'll only get worse after this. Even this article is something that we secured 1 hour ago. We still can't get the latest news from foreign countries until the communication line is restored. Iwaki made a rather displeased grunt. The reason is that they couldn't even share the information with foreign countries in a state of emergency. This was truly the worst emergency situation. Iwaki heaved a sigh and then looked at Takagura. So, any other information about those unique monsters? Yes. The most noticeable one is the report from Russia to the UN. Russia? Iwaki opened the file named Russia on the desktop of his laptop. It was written in the Russian language. Did it say something regarding the monster that appeared in Russia's airspace? There are a lot of ancient dragons, and a rather particular individual was observed among them. According to IDR, it's the unique monster called the Red King. Red King. Iwaki frowned upon hearing the ominous name of the monster. So that means it's a powerful monster. What about the resistance in Russia? It seems they tried to use a nuclear warhead. Nuclear warhead? Iwaki's eyes opened wide upon hearing Takagura's nonchalant answer. Chapter 173, The Ruler of Exploding Flame. Are you serious? There's a controversy about whether nuclear is working against monsters or not before, right? Iwaki glared dubiously at Takagura. Correct. But the ancient dragon is a dangerous monster with a danger level of AA. This makes the even stronger Red King's danger level as AAA. The UN has permitted the use of nuclear against this monster. The danger level of AAA was made under the basis of Chimera, a monster that was once discovered in Australia's Black Dungeon. Since Chimera was said to be a liquid metal-type monster, extreme temperature might be working against it. In short, nuclear might be effective against it. Alas, it was doubtful whether nuclear would be effective against another monster of the same level of danger. Well, Russia is a military country that possesses over 6,000 nuclear warheads. No matter how powerful the monsters are, I doubt they can withstand such overwhelming firepower. So, how's the result? We have to wait until the next contact from them around 2 hours later. 2 hours? Iwaki frowned upon hearing Takagura's reply. It took longer than he expected. He wanted to know immediately the movement route of the Red King who appeared in the country close to Japan. Alas, well, whatever. Let's have an emergency meeting with a specialist during that time. Call them immediately. After Iwaki said so, his secretary, Hatana, who stood behind him, bowed respectfully before leaving the room. Iwaki sits in his chair while crossing his arms. The upcoming problem had always been bothering him. Iwaki let out a wry smile as he thought that he would become prime minister in the worst possible time. But since he had come up, won the election, and became the prime minister, he had no intention in giving up his position because he knew that this problem was a blessing in disguise. Triumphing over this problem would raise his vote. In that way, he could govern this country for a long time. Iwaki was thinking about nothing but the aftermath of his victory in the next election. Alas, since he was too preoccupied with his own world, the news that came 2 hours later was akin to a slap on the face. What? Are they still moving? Iwaki couldn't hide his shock at hearing Takakura's report. He expected that the packs of dragons would be wiped out by the nuclear warhead. According to Kremlin, the Far East Military District and Siberia Military District had fired a few hundred nuclear warheads. Are you saying that they're still alive after taking such a weapon? Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. So, is that somehow managed to whittle their number? According to the previous report, the Red King led more than 200 dragons. Even if the nuclear can't annihilate the packs, it should be able to whittle their number. That was what Iwaki thought. None. Huh? Iwaki let out flabbergasted voice. Takakura then opened his mouth again. None of the dragon is killed by the nuclear blast. All of the attacks are obstructed by the flame barrier. On the other hand, the Russian army was annihilated by the flame fired by the dragon. Their death toll is above 90%. In addition, the city in Krasnoyarsk and the surrounding city were annihilated too. No way. Hearing that, Iwaki was assailed by a vertigo. The gravity of the situation was simply far beyond his imagination, and it happens in the countries that share their border with Japan. If they headed to Japan, Iwaki's stomach was assailed by pain just by imagining that situation. And that is still not the worst of it. You mean, the situation has deteriorated even further? Takakura continued his report as if getting fed up with his superior's attitude. Yes, there's more bad news, but, according to the report, the flame fired by the Red King erased a city and its surroundings from the map. Erased? You mean, like destroyed? Takakura was looking down with a serious face. Then raised his face a while later. According to the data published by the Russian Research Institute, the power of explosion ranged from 10-20 megaton. Iwaki's eyes opened wide like a saucer hearing a number that he never heard before. 20 megatons. How strong is that? About as strong as a nuclear warhead. What? The color drained from Iwaki's face. Can a creature have that much power? How could it be? Seeing Iwaki was at a loss for words upon hearing such unbelievable information, Takakura continued on. The urban areas are left in a devastated state due to the attack of the Red King. Now those packs of dragons are heading toward China via Mongolia. That's the last information we know. When will we get the next information? The next connection with satellite communication is more than 3 hours later. Hearing that, Iwaki finally lost his temper and hit his desk in frustration. How's the situation with the specialist we contacted? When he turned around and asked Hatano, his secretary shook his head. I don't think it's possible before midnight. Everyone should be gathered at least in the tomorrow afternoon. Everyone is just too easygoing. Takakura, do you think that monster is going to head to Japan? Takakura made a serious face upon hearing Iwaki's answer. Unfortunately, that possibility does exist. The Red Dungeon in Japan is the second biggest in the world. After all, I don't think that the Red King going to miss this place. Iwaki received another shock upon hearing Takakura's answer. Since even the Russian army ended up in such a tragic state, what going to happen if they come to Japan? Just imagining that alone was enough to send a chill running down his spine. Japan was too powerless before that monster. While Iwaki was lost in thought, Takakura opened his mouth again. But, it might be a good thing that it's heading toward China. Hearing that, Iwaki raised his face. What does that mean? Because the strongest water magic user, Hoshiaman, is in China. I'm sure that he'll lead his clan and other veteran water magic users. They should have good compatibility with pyrotic monster. Impossible. No human can defeat nuclear explosion. Naturally, Iwaki refuted that. Alas, Takakura shook his head and continued on. No, I don't think so. I don't think it can use magic whose power rivals that of nuclear in succession. The Seekers and army could use the gap between use to concentrate their attack. Iwaki crossed his arms, closing his eyes. Surely, they might have the chance. Alas, it was only a mere guess. Anyhow, gather every detailed information and present it in the meeting with the specialist tomorrow. Iwaki left his seat and walked out of the conference room. Takakura stood up and bowed toward the direction of the Prime Minister. He sat again and heaved a deep sigh this time. The situation that happened all over the world far surpassed his imagination. Takakura then waited for the communication satellite to be restored along with other members of the Ministry of Defense. And then, the moment the communication line was restored, Takakura realized just how naive he was. The Northern Air Force of China decided to use the hydrogen bomb against the Red King. This was the first time in mankind's history they used a hydrogen bomb. And yet, the hopeless result awaited them. It couldn't even leave a scratch on the Red King, and it kept marching in the southern direction. Is it because the pyrotic monster is heat-resistant? Asked Takakura to himself. What surprised Takakura even more was the flame attack by the Red King. It fired more than 300 attacks of 20 megaton class and burned the city along its way to crisp. Takakura's forehead was sweating profusely upon knowing that the monster could use such magic without breaking a sweat. It was as if it had an infinite amount of magical power. Chapter 174, Specialist and Observer. The next morning, all kinds of specialists from various fields were being summoned to gather at the Great Hall of the Prime Minister's office since early in the morning. The topic was naturally about the powerful monster that appears from all around the world. Everyone was sitting down around a long rectangular desk. The participants were the researchers of various monsters or dungeons. Facing those line-up were the military specialists and famous biologists. Prime Minister Iwaki was sitting in the head seat, looking at everyone's tense faces. At the end of the hall was Honda from Elseed and the person in charge of Kigurasaka Pharmacy and Pharmal, who was invited as the observer. Amidst such a heavy atmosphere, Prime Minister Iwaki took the mic before him. Firstly, I thank everyone who is willing to come to this place in spite of the short notice. As you might have already been aware, the monsters are overflowing from the dungeon all over the world and bringing destruction in their wake. The shelter has been prepared on the basement floor, but I don't think that will be enough. Iwaki looked around after he spoke. Everyone was serious, and no one was joking around in this kind of situation. All of them knew of the impending crisis, and the biggest problem for us now is the monster who headed to the south from the mainland of China. The pack of dragons is burning every city, town, and village in their wake and on the way toward Japan. And once they arrive in Japan, who knows what kind of damage is going to be caused by them. That's why I ask everyone to give their honest opinion, no need to hold back. May I say something? The one who raised his hand was the chief of the National Science Research Institute, Kamogawa Itashigo. After Iwaki gave the permission, the person started to talk. According to the information we have gathered so far, the monsters that appeared in America, the UK, India, and Russia are causing destruction left and right. The rough estimation of victims is around 10 million. I don't think they're the kind of monster that we can defeat. That's why we should prioritize the evacuation of the citizens, right? Evacuate. The question is where, Kamogawa-san. The one who spoke with an irritated voice was the chief researcher of the Japan Dungeon Association JADA, Yasugi. He was summoned to this meeting due to his position as the chairman of the research regarding the dungeon. The fact that he always attended the meetings of specialists showed just how much the government trusted his skills. The current problem is the monster called the Red King who flies across China along with a few hundred superior dragon species. A single fireball from that monster has enough power to annihilate an entire city, and none of the military weapons work on it, either. Do you think we have a place for refugees if such monsters come to Japan? When Yasuki added with a strong voice, no one objected. When the hall fell into silence, Prime Minister Iwaki opened his mouth again. Both Russia and China has already used nuclear on them and failed. And even though China used a hydrogen bomb, it only managed to kill 4 ancient dragons. Do you think this information should be enough to make you understand the gravity of the situation, Mizuno-sensei? The one he asked that question to was Mizuno Tadatoshi, the specialist for the military. Originally managing the ground SDF, he was now retired and teaching in the academy. It was to let him know about the effectiveness of modern-day weapons against monsters. It seems that the nuclear used by Russia and China wasn't a tactical warhead, but even stronger variants. I doubt there's a living creature out there who can withstand it. Mizuno had also shaken his head in confusion. What's your opinion regarding that matter? After Iwaki urged them to do so, an elderly man stood up. He had long hair and stubble and was wearing a shirt. Takarada was a famous dungeon specialist in Japan. Please, Takarada-sensei. Well, here you go. Everyone's line of sight focused on Takarada, who stood from his seat while scratching his hair. First is about the reason why nuclear warheads don't work on those dragons. It might be due to their natural resistance to heat and fire. To begin with, fire magic is less effective against pyrotic monsters, which is why an attack using a hot weapon might have the worst match against those dragons. Does that mean we cannot defeat them using conventional weapons? Takarada nodded upon hearing Iwaki's question. It seems to be less effective against pyrotic and aquatic monsters. On the other hand, there's a report that the nuclear used in India is working fairly well against monsters from Green Dungeon. The reason might be because an insect-type monster is originally weak against fire. Is that mean we have no way to fight against the dragon? Unfortunately not. Takarada replied to Iwaki's outburst. Gloomy air spread over the entire hall. Since modern weapons didn't work against them, it means that the Seeker's magic was the only way to defeat them. Alas, it was already obvious that no human could defeat a monster who was born with such aberrant power. Amidst such silence, a man raised his hand. May I say something? When Iwaki looked at the person who had raised his hand, that person turned out to be Honda, who represented Elseed as the observer of the meeting. Sure. Thank you very much, said Honda as he stood to express his gratitude upon receiving Iwaki's permission. I'm Honda from Elseed. In the situation where Japan fell into a predicament, we're ready to stand side by side with the SDF to fight the monster. But it's already obvious that no amount of Seeker is enough to defeat the said Red King. I heard that the clan led by Han Xiaomin, the strongest Seeker in China, was annihilated. The specialist's face became even more serious upon hearing Honda's remark. China was the country of the second strongest Seeker after America. If not even China could defeat such a monster, then forget about the Japanese Seekers who could do that. Honda continued while the other participants started to feel despair. Alas, it's not like we're entirely hopeless either. What does that mean? Iwaki raised his voice, looking at Honda. The Black Armor, Mitaka Yuma. If we treat him as a Seeker, that will make him the strongest Seeker in the world. We're talking about someone who needs more than 80 Seekers from Japan and overseas, including Flame Emperor Albert, to catch him. There's no reason not to borrow his power. It's too dangerous. We don't even know if the Black Armor is a human, and I don't think the addition of Black Armor will change the situation. Iwaki rejected the idea immediately, but alas, Honda didn't give up. According to the information, the Black Armor is using water magic during battle. That should be enough to say that he is a good match against those dragons. That's why, can you entrust the custody of Mitaka Yuma to us, Elseed? We will make sure to make the best of him. Iwaki groaned while folding his arms upon hearing Honda's fervent speech. Due to public opinion, he wanted to dispose of Black Armor as soon as possible. Alas, upon hearing the current information that came from all over the world, such a decision couldn't be made so easily. The death toll skyrocketed in America due to rain or lightning. According to the report, The sea of the coast of the Celtic Sea near the UK was frozen, and the people who lived along the coastline were frozen to death. Though I heard that the insect monster that overflowed on the ground in India was wiped out with nuclear weapons, since more monsters overflowed from the dungeon, it was a fool's errand. It was indeed a state of emergency. They lacked the war potential to the point that he was willing to borrow the hand of the devil. Alas, who knows what gonna happen if the Black Armor was rampaging around below when fighting against the Red King. The specialist's opinion was divided into we should dispose of him immediately since he's way too dangerous, or more investigation and research is needed, or we should borrow his power in a state of emergency. In the end, they couldn't conclude. Iwaki was really perplexed. Chapter 175, Visiting Room. Inorganic room the size of 20 tatami mats. Yuma was spending his time in anguish inside the white room. It's been a long time since he woke up in this room, and yet, there was no sign of him being allowed to leave. He lay on his bed, using his hands as a pillow as he gazed at the ceiling. Till how long I'm going to stay in this kind of place? Yuma asked himself while looking at the sheet and pillow. He frowned to see them white without any specks at all. Yuma hadn't even stepped out of this room. And yet, his sheets, pillow, and bedding seemed to be replaced. When did that happen? During my sleep? Yuma pondered about such a question. He tried to ask about this matter to the one called Fujinami. Alas, the other party tried to change the topic immediately, obviously unwilling to answer this question. Yuma rose up and came down from his bed. When he tried to stand and walk to the toilet, his field of vision warped for a moment, and he was attacked by vertigo. He catches the bed frame and waits for a while. This dizziness is appearing more and more often lately. Is there something wrong with my body? Yuma walks to the toilet while massaging his temple. 5th day of observation. It seems to be working. A man spoke while looking at the small monitor before him. A pair of men and a woman were standing by in the monitor room. The man, Fujinami, was typing on the keyboard's buttons to type the report about Yuma's latest condition. Yuma's meal had been mixed with cyanide poison bit by bit since 5 days ago. According to the observation, his body weakened bit by bit. They planned to use poison that affected his nerve system if cyanide didn't work. Alas, it didn't seem to be necessary. What are you talking about? Since we already know that poison can kill him, we should kill him immediately, the female researcher muttered so boredly after gulping down the coffee in her cup. The government has yet to make a decision. Since many people oppose it, we might have to stop. The heck? If that thing went on a rampage, we'd be the ones. WHO died first. Those old fogies keep doing whatever they want without considering our feeling. The woman combed her hair angrily. It's been more than 2 weeks since they were assigned to monitor the White Room. Despite working in shifts, having to do monitoring 24/7 built a lot of stress in them. Fujinami looked at the bed in the White Room while listening to the woman's grumbling. As of now, they had yet to receive the order to kill the Black Armor. Alas, he knew that it was only a matter of time before such an order came. He heard plenty enough about how terrifying the Black Armor was. Alas, once the method to kill that monster was found, the government would make their move immediately. The duty of the man called Fujinami was to swap a certain drug in the monitor room. And once the permission was granted by the government, a fatal dose of poison would be given at once. Headquarters of Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Maika was in the visiting room of the detention center. She was sitting in a pipe chair inside a small room, staring at the acrylic plate before her. A while later, the sound of a long stride came in her direction. The door on the other side of the acrylic plate opened up, and a tall man entered the room. "Oh, Maika. My bad, Dad." Maika stood up, looking at her father, who was coming along with the policeman. His hair was unkempt, and his beard was growing long. His evil-looking face looks even scarier than before. Kenzaki grins as he sits in front of Maika. "Martin, this is the first time I've been arrested by police. It's quite comfortable too. The meal is just a bit. Alas, it's not bad." "Geez, Dad." Maika sits with a dumbfounded face. "You should shave your beard even in the cell, you know." "Well, but it's a chance to grow my beard. So how's Yuma's condition? Kanzaki leaned forward as he asked Maika. Maika lowered her gaze and shook her head. No. I still have no idea about Yuma's whereabouts. He hasn't been released. I hope he's okay. I see. Kanzaki leaned back on his chair, folding his arms with a grim face. Maika bit her lips as she looked at her father, who was pondering. As far as she knew, all Yuma did was help people. He was arrested despite not doing any bad things. Maika resented such unjust treatment, and yet, she couldn't do anything but grit her teeth in rage. Kanzaki spoke up upon seeing Maika's situation. Anyhow, there's nothing we can do for now. But, first, explain the current situation to Yuma's parent. To be honest, that's supposed to be my job, but, as you can see, I can't do that in this situation. Kanzaki scratched his nose as he laughed. Yuma, yeah, he couldn't do the most important thing since he was arrested. Yuma's parents should be worrying more about Yuma than them. Maika stood up, looking at her father. Leave the company to me. Father, you should do what you can do to get out of this place as soon as possible. Yeah. After finishing the meeting, Maika left the room and walked along the corridor. She greeted the warden and went past the gate. Then, a man came for a visit as if waiting for Maika to finish. The man that just coming down from the car was wearing a neat suit with combed hair. He looked at the front gate of the detention facility and walked Honda from Elseed past the gate with a nervous face. The person he was about to meet was famous as an extremely evil scientist, otherwise known as Mad Scientist. Honda walked under the gate and prompted the warden to raise his walking pace. There were a lot of things he wanted to ask her. To Aisha Kisaragi, the woman who knows the most about Mitaka Yuma. So what kind of business does the big shot of Elseed have with me? Sitting on the other side of the acrylic plate was Aisha, who sat propping her chin. Honda straightened his back and opened his mouth after clearing his throat. I think Doctor might have no idea about this, but unique monsters appeared from all over the world, and 4 kings appeared among them. Who? Aisha's eyebrows raised a bit while muttering with a curious face. Moreover, one of them, the Red King, is heading toward the direction of Japan. Maybe it's aiming the Red Dungeon in this country. Alas, we have yet to prepare the countermeasure. This is a national crisis. So? What is the relationship between this national crisis and me? Doctor, I have some questions about Mitaka Yuma. Though Mitaka Yuma has overwhelming strength as the Black Armor, alas, in my opinion, he might be the key to solving this crisis. I heard that you know the most about him. Can you teach me the details, and what are you going to do even if you know? His disposal must have been decided by the government. You shouldn't be able to do anything, Honda-san. Aisha snorted as she averted her gaze. He already heard that she was an oddball. Alas, it wasn't something that he couldn't easily answer. Alas, Mitaka Yuma should be a special existence for her. As for the reason for that, Doctor, I have an informant who attends the meeting of specialists and government officials. As long as they know that Mitaka Yuma isn't dangerous and benefits this country, we can put pressure the government to release him. Aisha didn't say anything, she just looking silently at Honda. Doctor, have you investigated Mitaka Yuma's power? You're Black Dungeon specialist after all. The Black Armor is a monster of the Black Dungeon. With our cooperation, we can arrange to let you out of this place and even give you our cooperation to do more investigation about Mitaka Yuma after this. What do you think? Not a bad offer, right? Once Honda was done talking, the researcher, who was hailed as an oddball, was looking at him in silence. Honda was sweating a cold sweat upon feeling the gaze that seemingly tried to see through him. Finally, Aisha opened her mouth. I see. Trying to rope me in with some sort of profit, eh? It's pretty obvious, but it's something I can hardly refuse. Aisha was grinning happily. Then, Aisha nodded to answer Honda, who leaning forward. Sure. I accept your offer. So, what do you want to ask? Honda's lips loosened as he straightened his back again. The thing I want to know is Mitaka Yuma's secret. Honestly, I don't think your statement about him transforming into Black Armor after consuming the magic ore of transforming monster in the Black Dungeon is the truth. Honda looked at Aisha with an earnest gaze. How did he get that power? It's the first body transformation ever seen. Not to mention his across-the-board combat strength to deal with the best AT Seekers worldwide. Please, tell me about it. Silence enveloped the small meeting room. Honda couldn't hide his nervousness to see Aisha maintaining her silence. Finally, Aisha raised her face and looked at Honda. I'll tell you what I know. It's the power of the Black King. Chapter 176, Gossip Reporter. The Black King? Honda frowned. The reason was that he had no idea about the reason why Aisha made those remarks. There should be an earth-shaking change on the Orpheus Slate in Palestine around 1 year ago. Orpheus Slate. Honda tried to recall the memories around 1 year ago. And sure enough, he recalled that one part of the researcher was making a fuss about that around 1 year ago. But, since the information regarding the Orpheus Slate was really lacking, the majority of the researchers regarded that slate as a mere prank. Yet, with so many monsters appearing on the surface right now, it could only mean that the slate had already been expecting this. Meaning that the rumor that someone out there had subjugated the Black King turned out to be true. Are you telling me that Mitaka Yuma is the one who subjugates the Black King? Exactly. Honda tilted his head. Honestly, he hardly believed such a fact. The reason is Mitaka Yuma from 1 year ago was still in high school. He had yet to become a seeker. Monster aside, such an ordinary human turned out to be the one who defeated the most powerful among the unique monsters class, the king. Doctor, do you think that a normal human can do that? I mean, I can hardly believe such a story with the appearance of the 4 kings and every single one of them rivaled a natural disaster. Maybe it's not even wrong to call them a walking calamity. They're not something that can be defeated by mere humans. Honda shook his head in disappointment. Doctor, are you sure that you're not confusing something here? Do you think I will believe such a story? Various factors made Honda hesitate. Aisha brought her face closer to the acrylic plate, looking at Honda in silence. The reason why the Black King appeared, or how they're defeated, is a mystery. Even for me. But if my guess is right, there are some sort of irregular situations. Irregular situation? Aisha nodded curtly and continued her explanation. In my opinion, the world's largest black dungeons are supposed to appear here, in Japan. But due to some sort of mishap, it appeared in the garden of his house. In the form of a tiny dungeon on top of that. Wait a second. Are you trying to say that the Black King residing in that tiny dungeon? And not the Black Dungeon in Yokohama? Honda frowned as if he couldn't believe it. Correct. The Black King can't use its full prowess thanks to the extremely limited amount of mana in that tiny dungeon. That's why he managed to defeat that king after trial and error. And it happens before he becomes a seeker. But still. If that's the truth, why did he hide that fact then? He should report this matter to the government. Are you stupid or what? How can you become the big shot of Elcid and still have no clue after hearing my story? What I'm trying to say is, that he conquered that black dungeon all by himself. Honda was at a loss for words upon hearing Aisha's merciless remark. There were various laws and regulations, and those laws became even stricter when it came to the black dungeon. One could collect the magic ore, defeat the monster, or even enter it without permission from the country. The penalty for breaking those laws and regulations was truly severe, let alone diving into the dungeon. There was even the possibility of him being charged with a felony for subjugating the dungeon. This was also the reason why D-Minor caused quite a lot of problems when they subjugated Yokohama's Black Dungeon. That might be the reason why he hid this fact. But, his mana index should be quite high because he achieved such a feat. If he wants to become a seeker, many companies including Elcid should be vying for him, right? There were many rookie seekers with a lot of potential who acquired a lot of mana index. Since the company also prioritizing to accept those with higher mana, many people went to foreign countries whose regulations were more lenient than Japan's. If he had a lot of mana, he should be able to gain employment in any company with ease. And yet, Mitaka Yuma wasn't in any of the major companies. Seeing Honda contemplating on his own, Aisha had also shut her mouth, because he couldn't measure it. Eh? Honda was flabbergasted for a moment. His mana index couldn't be measured. That's why the result of the measurement always comes out as 0. And that's the reason why he couldn't find any company willing to accept him. But, if the result is still 0 even after using the most precise measuring tool, his mana index is more than 460,000. His what? Mana index 460,000? What is this person talking about? That was what Honda thought. It was such an unbelievable number. The digit was already on a completely different level even compared to Duke and Lord class monster. Honda stared at Aisha's face. Despite her arrogant attitude, she didn't seem like someone who would joke about this. Surely, with such a staggering number, no measuring tool can measure his mana index. But in that case, how did you know about that number? I've measured it with a special mana measuring tool. It's made by applying the measurement of mana in the space. Well, you can go to my research lab and see it with your own eyes if you think that I'm lying to you. The measuring tool is also left as it is. Aisha was smiling confidently while leaning on the backrest of her chair. Does a human really have that gargantuan amount of mana? Doctor, if that's true then, Aisha's lips curled up. Yes, he might be the only one who can defeat the 4 kings that raising havoc around the world. A certain publisher in Tokyo, Sun Book. It was a small company that published web articles or gossip magazines. Alas, they were garnering support from part of the reader since their material was tickling the consensus of the masses. The door of the section in that company opened up and reporter Tanura entered in. The man who wore a grey business suit had a tired look on his face. He scratched his head while looking around. Materials and books were cluttered around on top of his desk, and the garbage bin on the floor was already filled to the brim. The reporter who hadn't come home for many days was looking at the monitor of the PC before him. Tanura revealed a wry smile while thinking that the office was as messy as ever. Hey Tanura, have you managed to get the scoop about the matter we're talking about? Someone suddenly called him from the desk by the window. The one who called him was Goda, the editor-in-chief, who called him while scratching his back with a back scratcher. Yeah. The best scoop as of late. Tanura walks up to Goda with a smile on his face. He lowered his black shoulder bag from his shoulders and took out his smartphone and memo from inside. Are you sure? Tanura revealed a huge grin upon hearing Goda's reply. I heard about this from the official in that day and that place after all. I even have the evidence, said Tanura while tapping his smartphone. No doubt about it. The black armor caught by the government is actually a human. Chapter 177, Dragon's Root. The next day, unbelievable information spread all over Japan. The trigger came from a small web article published by a small publisher. The title of the article was "The Black Armor is a Human, and a Young Man to boot." Many thought it was a hoax since the article, which truth couldn't be confirmed. Alas, since the photograph of the youth in his high school with only a single black line to censor his eyes was available, many started to think twice about the previous opinion. That situation led to various speculations. This topic spread like wildfire in the internet, and the media quickly took the bait. Rumor brought another rumor, causing numerous reactions. Some say it couldn't be true, others say that since he was a human, he should be treated like a human, and the rest was still suspicious about this rumor. Thus, the first place that the media visited to confirm the rumor was, "Excuse me. Can I ask just one question? There's an article saying that your son is a monster. Is that true? Don't you feel sorry for disturbing society?" The reporters from various media were forming a crowd right at the entrance of Yuma's house while shouting. Since there was only Yuma's mother in the house, she could only be huddled in fear due to this sudden incident. Woof, woof. Mamizo came out running from the backyard and kept barking toward the entrance. They're there, Mamizo. I know that there must be some sort of mistake. Society just misunderstands the situation. Yuma will be back immediately. Yuma's mother could only heave a sigh in dejection while brushing Mamizo's head. Unbelievable things happened in succession in the last few days. Just when she was wondering why Yuma hadn't come home yet, police suddenly barged into their house. Then strange articles suddenly appeared in every news, claiming that Yuma was the bad guy. Now she couldn't understand what she had to trust anymore. Luckily, The people from the company that Yuma worked for contacted them. Alas, not even they knew about his whereabouts. What becomes of our family? When Yuma's mother spoke to Mamizo, the dog licked her fingers as if to comfort her. Yuma's mother was smiling to see that Mamizo was trying to reassure her. Well, I guess I have to call my husband for now. The reporters were still waiting at the entrance of their house. It would be a disaster if her husband came back from his office without knowing about the situation. Yuma's mother didn't waste a single moment. She stood up and picked up the smartphone that she placed on the shelves. At that moment, there was the sound of something breaking from the window. Kaya, Yuma's mother, who had no idea about what had happened, crouched on the spot, screaming to the top of her lungs. Mamizo, on the other hand, was charging toward the window while barking menacingly. Upon a closer look, there was a huge stone rolling on the ground. Someone threw the stone into their house. Seeing that, Yuma's mother was frozen on the spot due to fear. Are you available for a moment, D-san? I have some questions for you. Don't you think that your company has to take responsibility for this incident? Both Tanaka and Maker wore a gloomy expression on their face as the reporters pounded on the door of their office. Gimme a break. How did they know about Yuma-kun and this company when there's still no official announcement from the government? Tanaka sat beside the furious Maker, checking the news in the internet before he spoke. Maybe due to this article, muttered Tanaka as he looked at the screen of his laptop. Maker took a peek and saw various things written in there. This is mixture of hoaxes and truth is written on the communication site. I think the user of this site discovered specific details of Yuma's identity after getting the information from another site. What does that mean? Maker frowned as she read the article. As long as they can pinpoint Yuma-kun, finding out about his company and house is pretty simple, you see, Tanaka added while heaving a deep sigh. Since the uproar happened right after he got discharged from the hospital, even Tanaka had no idea what he had to do about this situation. So annoying. They just say whatever they want about Yuma. All he did was save the Seekers during the incident in Ibaraki, right? They should at least thank him for that, and yet they're there. Tanaka tried to calm down the agitated Maker. We cannot even leave the company since the exit of our company has been blocked by them. We can at least endure this situation, but what do you think gonna happen to Yuma-kun's house? I'm worrying since they also tracked his house. You're right. Let's try to call his family. Maker returned to her desk and made a call with her smartphone. Tanaka looked at her while focusing on the entrance of the office. He couldn't help but wonder what the reporters, who growing more and more impatient, were going to do after this. Prime Minister's official residence, 4th Great Conference Room. An emergency meeting was held in this room with the cabinet ministers, specialists, and officials from major companies such as Elsid and Farmel invited to attend. All of them sit in the seat that was prepared for them around the huge conference table. Prime Minister Iwaki sits in the head seat as the chief of this emergency meeting. One of the bureaucrats raised his voice inside the tense conference room. We just received the latest information. Everyone's line of sight instantly focused on the direction of that voice. The bureaucrat in charge of gathering the information, then operating their PC, displays the foreign site on the huge screen in the conference room. It was a news site in China. Everyone's eyes started to scan the translated letters. This is, Iwaki was at a loss for words. The number of damage in China was far greater than their initial assumption, even more so for the number of casualties due to the attack from the dragons. Alas, the real problem was, we received the estimated route of the dragons. The bureaucrat clicked on the screen and displayed a map. That was the flight route of the dragons drawn by the Chinese government along with the prediction of their route. Is this valid? Iwaki looked at the screen with a displeased face. The Red King that flying in the southern direction was changing their direction to the east, passing the air of Peking, heading toward the eastern direction. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they arrived in Japan. They had already wreaked havoc in China. So he could easily imagine that Japan would end up in the same state. The color drained from Iwaki's face. Following that, the Minister of Defense, Takakura, then stood from his seat. Prime Minister, We have to think about countermeasures immediately. SDF members and the Seekers are ready to be deployed in times of emergency. We, the Ministry of Defense, have already prepared a plan for this situation. Why yes, Iwaki could only be replied half-heartedly. He believed that no countermeasure would work against that kind of monster. A powerless human being couldn't do anything but be trampled under their feet by them. Iwaki was desperate. A researcher raised his hand in the air. Can I say my opinion? Sure. The man in his prime replied fluently. He seems to be the specialist who attended this meeting. Alas, Iwaki didn't seem to remember that person. Prime Minister, I'm participating in drafting the defense plan. My name is Kajita. I would like to ask the Prime Minister on the matter that has yet to be decided. But what is this matter that has yet to be decided? Iwaki asked with a confused look on his face. The matter regarding the treatment of the Black Armor, Mitaka Yuma. Elsid and Farmel requested to include him in the plan. Iwaki's eyebrows twitched. Chapter 178, Unbelievable Incident. The matter about Mitaka Yuma had already escaped from his mind. Something like Black Armor was a trivial matter compared to the Red King. Whether the Black Armor participates or not wouldn't change the situation. But part of the people here said that they should borrow the Black Armor power. Those idiots. If the Black Armor ends up rampaging, the one that going to be criticized is me. Though the Iwaki was getting irritated, he couldn't dismiss that idea either. Iwaki quietly admonished Kajita. I understand your point, Professor Kajita. We still can't be sure regarding the danger of the Black Armor. Maybe we need more time to confirm that. Kajita was bewildered upon hearing Iwaki's remark. But Prime Minister, we've no time to worry about that. Since this is an emergency situation, we should skip those tedious processes. Iwaki was starting to get fed up upon looking at Kajita's insistence. Those who agree with Kajita might want to entrust their fate to an unknown creature called Black Armor. When Iwaki was running out of ideas about how to convince those scholars who couldn't see the reality, another scholar raised their voice. Absurd. We can't add more danger when we're already in such a dangerous situation. Please think about this matter more carefully. The one who shouted while folding his arms was Yasugi, the one in charge of the Japan Dungeon Association. Iwaki secretly wanted to praise Yasugi, who had the same opinion as him. You see how dangerous the Black Armor, right? Borrowing his power isn't something that a scholar does. Think about this matter more carefully. Kajita shut his mouth. He didn't speak anymore after Yasugi, the head of the specialist meeting, spoke those words. In the end, the treatment of Black Armor got shelved, and the existing countermeasure was approved. Early in the morning of the next day, there was a confirmed sight of the pack flying leisurely in the morning sky. The pack of crimson dragons that flew toward the east entered the Yellow Sea from Beijing, China. More than 200 dragons led by the Red Dragon were flying in the air while spitting scorching breath. The air warped, and the water on the surface of the sea evaporated due to the heat generated by the Dragon King. They were heading toward Japan while unleashing ominous magical power. The scholars, bureaucrats, and politicians from the previous day gathered again in the fourth great conference room of the Prime Minister's official residence. Prime Minister Iwaki sat in his seat as usual, crossing his arms as he closed his eyes. He had already heard about the dragons heading toward the eastern direction from the Yellow Sea. At this point, they were undoubtedly heading toward Japan. The problem was the goal of the dragons. There might be no problem if they just passed by Japan. Alas, they had no choice but to fight if the dragons really came to Japan. Takakura, where are they heading next? Iwaki opened his eyelids, looking at the Minister of Defense, Takakura, who sat beside him. Takakura looked back with a serious face. Must probably the Red Dungeon in Ibaraki. They also visit China, who have a big red dungeon, releasing dozens of ancient dragons from inside the dungeon. From that example, they will surely be heading to the second biggest red dungeon in the world, located in Japan. Yes, Iwaki nodded. The number of dragons rose even further. Though he had heard that the dragons who got released from the dungeon turned the city or village in their wake to ashes, the amount of damage was overwhelming. Thus, he was wondering if the same thing gonna happen in Japan. They would be able to see the dragon's figure with their naked eyes by the time the next satellite communication. All of them were terrifying monsters of destruction. There was nothing that could defeat them. There was only one way left. Are we really can't do anything? Iwaki asked nervously to Takakura. Yes. Even Russia and China, with greater military power than us, suffered from heavy damage due to the dragon's counterattack. We should just wait quietly for them to pass. Shall we evacuate Hibaraki's citizens? Those who live around Red Dungeon have already been evacuated. I'm also thinking about evacuating the citizens of the Kanto region, but I'll wait for now since it will cause too much chaos. I see. Iwaki looked at the specialist and the Minister of Defense, who already predicted that the Red King would head to the Ibaraki dungeon to release the dungeon inside. After that, there was a high possibility that they would head to the third biggest red dungeon in South America. If that was the case, the amount of damage could be suppressed. Though they were optimistic, they had no other way left. And then, 2 hours later, that's strange. Where's the report? The irritated Iwaki asked the bureaucrat. Alas, there really was no information at all. What's the matter? The Red King should have already entered the mainland, since the SDF had already been deployed along the coastline of Japan. The information should have come immediately since the dragons could be seen by the naked eye around this time. What happened? Did something happen over there? Iwaki's question got its answer around 30 minutes later. Because they got the news from foreign countries once the communication satellite got back. Prime Minister, a bureaucrat suddenly raised his voice. Everyone in line of sight instantly gathered onto the giant screen in the conference room. Displayed on there was the route of the dragons after leaving China. The dragons crossed the East China Sea from the Yellow Sea, passed the west of Okinawa, and entered the Pacific Ocean. They passed Japan and are heading to South America. Shouted the bureaucrat. The cabinet ministers stood up. The specialists stared in disbelief at the monitor. Prime Minister. Though this might sound unbelievable, Japan has been saved. We're saved. Why yeah, Iwaki replied so to Takakura. It was a miracle indeed. It was an anticlimax situation when they expected that they had to fight against the dragons. Alas, everyone in that room raised a cheer upon knowing this situation that not even Iwaki had expected. The fact that the walking calamity just passed by their country. Everyone happily shakes their hand with each other, embracing the other people beside them. They were celebrating the fact that they escaped the calamity. Iwaki leaned on the backrest of his sofa, feeling as if tension were leaving his body. Just when he relaxed a bit, his secretary, Hatano, who stood beside him, whispered to his ear. Prime Minister, with this, the only problem we have is the disposal of the black armor. According to the researcher who observed him, poison is working on him, but Humphrey. I see. Iwaki hesitated to make his decision due to the threat called Red King, but now he could feel relieved since the citizens would feel safer without the black armor. In this way, he could also maintain his support base as the ruling party. Since he already knew that the black armor could be killed with poison, there was no room for hesitation. I understand. Deal with him as soon as possible. But, announce that he died of natural causes. That will shut down the opposition party. Understood. Secretary Hatano bowed his head and quietly left the room. Iwaki let out a satisfied smile, believing he had already eliminated all stumbling blocks. Chapter 179, Crime of Insurrection. The emergency headquarters disbanded after it was confirmed that the pack of dragons had left Japan, and the scholars and cabinet ministers left the meeting room one after another. Yasugi from the Japan Dungeon Association stuffed the material he had in his hands into his bag and prepared to leave. After he had left the room and walked along the corridor, someone called out to him, "Professor Yasugi." When he turned around, he saw that the one who called him was the supervisor general manager of Elcid, Honda. Though they were acquaintance, it was only on the level of greeting with each other. They were by no means close on a personal level, and that's why Yasugi was curious. My apologies for calling you out of nowhere. Professor Yasugi, care to have a little chat with me? Yeah. I don't mind. Amidst the people who were leaving, Yasugi was facing Honda. So, what is the matter that you want to talk about? It's about the black armor. I mean, Mitaka Yuma. Professor, I know that you have a negative opinion of him. That matter, huh? Yasugi made a displeased face. The Seekers and some scholars were insistent about the black armor. From Yasugi's perspective, such a notion itself was truly unbelievable. My opinion doesn't change, even now. Is there something that matters with that? Even though Yasugi replied unfriendly, Honda stepped half a step forward, ignoring the former's opinion. Professor, we might have avoided the danger this time, but we still have no idea what kind of monster will appear next. In my opinion, we should really consider Mitaka Yuma as a secret to investigate him properly. Can you put pressure on the government regarding this matter? Why do I have to do such a thing? Because you have a big influence and the government trusts you, Professor. In my opinion, maybe not even the Prime Minister can blatantly ignore your opinion. Yasugi shook his head with a sarcastic smile on his face. Impossible. I have the same opinion as the Prime Minister regarding the black armor. I won't change my opinion in that regard. If that's all you want to say, then I'll excuse myself. Yasugi turned around and was about to leave. Alas, Honda had yet to give up. Professor, I spoke with Aisha Kisaragi yesterday. Yasugi's feet stopped on its track. Dr. Kisaragi is someone who is directly related to the creation of the black armor. I heard that she used to be your co-worker. Yasugi turned around and looked at Honda. Did you hear something from her? Honda nodded a bit. According to her, Mitaka Yuma is the one who defeated the Black King. A unique monster with the rank of king just like the Red King. That's why he's the only one who can defeat the kings that currently appear all over the world. Worthless assumption. Yasugi denied it immediately with an even stronger tone than before. Surely, Aisha Kisaragi used to be a member of the Dungeon Association. However, she was expelled as a researcher since her dangerous research method is viewed as a problem. Do you think I'm gonna believe that woman's words? I heard she was excellent, though. Yasugi grits his teeth when he hears Honda's reply. Excellent my RSE. That person ain't a scholar. She's just an ignorant fool. WHO spreading empty assumption. Is that the case? I heard that she used to be a candidate for chief researcher of the Dungeon Association. In short, she used to be someone who competed with you for your current position. Do you think that someone of that caliber will spot nonsense? You know nothing at all. Enough. I'm leaving. The indignant Yasugi left. But, he stopped after walking for a few steps and turned around to Honda again. Ah, right. You seem to be quite insistent about the black armor. Unfortunately for you, his disposal has already been decided. Since we know that the Red King is heading to South America, the voice that supports the black armor will be gone too. Yasugi left with a sneer on his face after he said those words. Honda's expression became rugged. If Yasugi's words were right, Mitaka Yuma was going to be killed sooner or later. So a frontal attack isn't going to work, eh? In that case, Honda's eyes flashed with an eerie light. Night of the same day, Honda invited someone to come to a certain room in the hotel. After the door of the luxurious suite room was knocked on, an old man with a navy dark business suit entered the room. He looks intelligent with short and neat hair. Looking at the man with a grim air around him, Honda was already halfway up from the Rolf Benz sofa to greet him. The other party didn't come by himself. There were 4 coming with him. The man's expression loosened a little bit after looking at Honda. Long time no see, Honda. If I'm not wrong, since the inauguration ceremony of the Chief of General Staff Headquarters, right? Yes. Well, please take a seat. After being urged by Honda, the man sat on the sofa in front of the former. Both of them then, leaning back on the sofa, stayed quiet for a while. The one who came to meet him was the Chief of Staff of the Integration Unit of Ground SDF, Mikoshiba. They were famous as an invincible duo back in their university. Though it was a reunion between friends, a tense air was drifting in the room. Honda coughed a bit before he started speaking. The truth is, Mikoshiba, I've got a request for you today. Honestly speaking, I didn't want to do this, but skip the courtesy. The moment you go as far as calling me to this place after all. I'm pretty much aware that you're not going to ask proper requests." Honda was smiling wryly upon hearing his friend's remark. "This is regarding the Black Armor. The government might try to kill the Black Armor now that the flock of dragons has passed Japan. I want to prevent them from do." "Okay, stop right there. What exactly do you want to do here?" "Raiding the facility where the Black Armor is being held captive." "What?" Mikoshiba was at a loss for words. He had never expected that his friend would take such drastic measures. "You fool! Are you going to allow the Seekers to raid that place? The government can put a charge for insurrection if you do that. Why are you willing to go that far?" Honda could only shake his head to see Mikoshiba speak loudly to him with a bewildered look on his face. "I also have no choice left. The government refused to change their mind. That's why I have no choice but to save the Black Armor." "Mitaka Yuma, is there a meaning in going that far? We still don't know if he is a human or a monster." "Still, it doesn't change the fact that we need him. That's what I believe." "But, if you're caught with the crime of insurrection, El-Cid won't be left unscathed either. You know that, right?" Mikoshiba was completely perplexed. His friend who built his current status from scratch, was willing to risk everything to save a person. It wasn't worthy of the sacrifice. "Why, Honda? Tell me the reason." Honda then heaved a sigh and started telling his reason. "I did various investigations regarding the Black Armor's background. I tried to ask various specialists in the field but, all of them said the same thing." "All of them? Did you do the same thing?" Mikoshiba frowned on hearing that strange line. "No one has ever seen him. He's a monster that should not exist." "And that's the reason?" "No, it's just the trigger. The reason I decided to save him is after I spoke with Dr. Aisha Kisaragi, the specialist of the Black Dungeon whom I met last." "What did that specialist tell you?" Mikoshiba asked with a tense face. "The Black Armor is the one who defeated the Black King. In short, he's someone with the power of the king, a power that puts him in the same class as the other four who are currently wreaking havoc all over the city and around the world." Mikoshiba was completely at a loss for words since the story's scale was beyond his wildest imagination. Chapter 180, Target Facility. Mitaka Yuma might be the only person who can beat the four kings who wreak havoc in various places around the world. Japan, no. The world cannot afford to lose him. Is that true? Honda stared back into Mikoshiba's eyes when the latter asked with a serious face. It's the truth. Dr. Aisha Kisaragi even told me that she personally measured Mitaka Yuma Mana Index. And a ridiculous number came out from the result of her measurement. The doctor said that there's a special mana measuring tool in her laboratory. Naturally, I'm not putting my full trust in what she says either. But, assuming that all she said was true, maybe we will do something that cannot be undone. Mikoshiba lowered his line of sight without saying anything back. Due to his long-standing relationship with Honda, he knew that his friend wasn't the kind of person who would tell that kind of lie. Meaning that it was up to him. Surely, this can be said in an extreme emergency. This might sound like illogical nonsense. But if I choose to trust him, executing Mitaka Yuma, the Black Armor might have even more demerit for this country. Mikoshiba was wondering about this matter for a while before he opened his mouth. So, what's my role in this matter? I want to know where they take custody of Mitaka Yuma. His whereabouts are top secret information that not even I know about it. Honda had already guessed that he was in one of SDF's facilities. The problem being he had no idea which facility used to keep him. That's why he had no choice but to ask Mikoshiba, the chief of staff of JGSDF. Or so he thought, but, no, I can't. Mikoshiba shut his eyes with an anguished look on his face. Honda had expected that, but he wouldn't give up that easily. Mikoshiba, I promise that you won't be involved in this matter. That's why, you're mistaken. It's not that I can't help you. Honda shut his mouth upon hearing Mikoshiba's shout. There were a few seconds of silence following that before Mikoshiba started speaking again. Even if what you say is true, I don't think you'll make it in time. What does that mean? A chill ran down Honda's spine. He suddenly got a bad premonition. The Prime Minister already gave the order to execute the Black Armor. Mitaka Yuma might be executed tomorrow morning. No way. It's too late. I might be able to do something if you tell me about this yesterday. Honda stands up immediately in front of anguished Mikoshiba. Then we have to do this right now. Mikoshiba, tell me the place. It might be too late by the time you arrive. Are you still going to do this? As long as there's a 1% chance, I'll do it. Mikoshiba was smiling wryly upon seeing Honda's resolute face. It might be too late. Honda might get apprehended instead if he goes now. It was a fool's errand. And he might end up losing his friend. Various speculations in Mikoshiba's mind vanished all at once. Mikoshiba shook his head to clear his mind and then looked at Honda. As a member of JSDF, he couldn't bring himself to flat-out refuse the request of the man who only worrying about this country. Osaka Garrison, JGSDF in Saitama. There's an underground facility built in that place. Honda's eyes opened wide as he looked at Mikoshiba. Thank you. I'll never forget about this debt. Are you going now? Yes, I can't waste my time. Please act like you're unaware of this plan. Honda quickly left the room with those words. Mikoshiba sits on the sofa while looking at his hands. He was wondering about what the right thing to do if it turned out that Honda was right. Could he stay as a bystander? He already knew from fragmentary information that came from all over the world that the monster was currently rampaging outside of the dungeon. The country's defense was paralyzed, and even the story about the coming doomsday started to spread among the humans on the earth. Though the damage in Japan was at a minimum, it might be only a matter of time before the monsters overflowed from the dungeon. Mitaka Yuma is our last hope. Honda's words replayed in his mind. Mikoshiba raised his face and looked at the attendant standing behind him. Connect me with the troops stationed in Osaka Garrison. A van, black as was heading toward Nerima. The one riding the van was the seeker from El Cid. Rui, Misaki Bluel, and other seekers were riding in that van. Rui, whose face was covered with the black mask, was looking around the van. There were 6 people in total, though he doubted this lineup was enough. He also knew that they couldn't afford to mobilize too much manpower. I want to go too. Tazan didn't participate since his physique was too obvious. He was absent along with Tenuji, who was still injured. Are you ready, Rui? We're not fighting monsters here. Misaki, whose face was covered with a mask, spoke to Rui. Yes, I'm prepared. I will save Yuma for sure. The 6 members of the raid team were wearing black protective gear along with headgear and a mask that covered their faces, since it wasn't a sophisticated disguise. Their identity might be revealed later, but Rui didn't care about that. Even with protective gear, you might get a fatal wound if you get hit by a bullet. That's why you don't worry about using defensive magic. Yes, everyone, including Rui, readied themselves after hearing Misaki's advice. The car ran along the 8th Capital Road at night, quickly approaching Osaka Garrison. Before long, it was already 2 a.m. The van had arrived at the Osaka Garrison of JSDF. The van was parked in an inconspicuous spot in front of the main gate. Ruia and Co peeked at the situation from the van. Despite already being late at night, the place was bright from the lighting. So many people even at this kind of time. Misaki frowned. Even Rui could feel that something was off with this situation. Could it be that the plan to raid this place had been leaked out? Rui was sweating coldly inside. If the information got leaked, then their plan would be a failure. It was a race against time, not to mention that they still needed to locate Yuma's place. But they obviously would waste a lot of time if they had to fight JSDF troops from the front. When everyone was pondering about what to do, a JSDF troop stationed around the main gate saw the van and came toward them. Though they felt nervous for a moment, they then saw that the troop was waving their arms to them. It seems the other party didn't want to fight them either. Ruia and Misaki lowered the window mirror vigilantly when the troop knocked on the window. You're from El Cid, right? I heard about your situation from Chief Staff Mikoshiba. Follow me, I'll lead you to Mitaka-san's place. The seekers in the van exchanged glances with each other. All of them were dumbfounded. The troops seem to have already been notified beforehand. But is that mean you're on our side? I just received such an order from my superior. the troop replied to Misaki while shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 181, Crossroads. Ruya and Seo entered the facility along with a member of the JSDF troop who became their guide. The other troop who guarded the entrance of the facility opened the gate and let them in. As a result, they could infiltrate the underground facility without a hitch. "Should we thank Honda-san for this too?" Ruya asked Misaki as they ran along the corridor. "Who knows? The chief never went as far as requesting cooperation from JSDF. I mean, they'll be charged with insurrection once the government knows that JSDF is cooperating with us." "Then howdy, save your question for later. We're racing against time." "Why yes." They descended the staircase and opened a bulky, metallic door. "Yuge, third floor. Yuma is in this place." Ru's hand touched the hilt of the katana strapped on his waist. Due to a strange coincidence, he ended up defeating Yuma. And that event caused a huge danger to befall Yuma. "That's why it's my duty to save Yuma." He ran into a corner with new determination. And then, he heard the sound of a gunshot from ahead. "What the hell is happening now?" Misaki asked the member of JSDF who became their guide. Maybe there's a battle between the seeker from the police against the other member of JSDF who tried to save Mitaka-san. We can't ask the seeker of police to help us since we have a different chain of command." Rui grits his teeth. He knew that the seeker of police was quite powerful. To begin with, they were civilians who were employed to maintain security. When fighting against those kinds of people, not even the blade or firearm of JSDF could match them. "Misaki-san, let's go ahead." Rui raised his running speed. "Don't overdo it." "Yes." Rui unsheathed his katana and pointed its tip toward the gate that closed shut. "Oi, you lots. Are you insane?" Three seekers hid behind the wall as they dodged the hail of bullets. They were clad in a gray battlesuit. The seeker belonged to the police department. Their hair was cut short and armed with 50 centimeters short swords. They had yet to recover from their shock when a member of JDSF suddenly aimed their gun point toward them. "There's something called civilian control, right? In whose order you doing this?" The leader of the defense corps, Sonozaki, raised his voice. He had never expected that the situation would spiral down like this. The tightly guarded underground institution had been breached from outside. Alas, the guarded part was only for the sake. If there was a danger, it was in the form of the Black Armor rampage. And yet, never expected that. JSDF will double-cross us. He looked at his comrade, who was waiting behind him. "It can't be helped, I guess. Use magic to incapacitate them." Sonozaki and Seo loaded their short sword with magical power, igniting the short sword with flame. They came out from their hiding place and stood in front of the JSDF army. Five members of the JSDF army fire a volley of bullets. The bullets that approached at frightening velocity burned up right in front of Sonozaki. It got burned by the flame barrier. "Ha! So it's just a rubber bullet for suppression, huh? Don't underestimate us." Sonozaki readied his flaming short sword and rushed ahead. Two of his comrades followed behind, as long as they could neutralize the bullets. The non-seeker human was no match for the seekers. They easily sliced the rifle of the JSDF army to pieces and kicked their abdomen. The JSDF army, who got kicked and rolled on the ground, writhing in pain, started to vomit. The other seekers had already incapacitated the rest of the JSDF army by the time Sonozaki was done. "Good grief, stop increasing our job." "What shall we do after this?" asked one of Sonozaki's subordinates. This was the base of JSDF. It might be only a matter of time before they were swarmed by the JSDF army. And Sonozaki knew that they would be in a tough situation by then. "By the way, contact the police department immediately. Tell them that there's betrayal in the government." Sonozaki tried to go to the guard room to contact the outside right after he incapacitated 5 JSDF members, but right at that moment, the shutter behind him exploded. Sonozaki covered his face from the blast wave with his left arm and looked at the shutter. Reinforcement for the JSDF army? That was what he thought, but The one that appeared beneath the destroyed shutter was several figures clad in black battlesuit. They weren't members of JSDF, they were. Sonozaki raised his vigilance and dashed forward toward the one who led those figures. The other party was equipped with a katana that was clad in flame. So you're a seeker. He quickly took a defensive stance with his short sword. He couldn't see the face of the other party thanks to their mask. He had no idea who they were, but Sonozaki knew intuitively that they were really skilled opponent. The moment their sword clashed, the opponent, who used the backside of their sword, easily sliced Sonozaki's short sword. Slicing with the backside of the sword? Don't screw with me. The moment Sonozaki shouted angrily upon seeing his opponent easily slice his short sword with the backside of their katana, an explosion occurred right before him. Sonozaki leaps backwards using the blast of the explosion. He had no idea what had just happened. His back crashed against the wall, and he passed out just like that. The other two behind him flinched upon seeing the combat that ended way too fast. The katana wielder didn't waste that opening and swept forward with fluid footwork, and hit the two with the ridge of their sword. The attack created a small explosion that incapacitated the duo immediately. After confirming that he had incapacitated the three guard seekers, Rua heaved a sigh as he raised his headgear. Have you done it, Rua? Yes, they'll be incapacitated for a while. Misaki and CO had also entered the accommodation compartment from the torn-up shutter. This place is? Misaki turned around, asking the JSDF member who acted as their guide. Yes, this is the place. Mitaka-san should be in that room over there. He pointed at the room with a bulky metal door. Can you open the door for us? Asked Misaki, who replied by the guide with wait a second. As he ran up to his comrade who was incapacitated by the Seeker police. Wake up, Sergeant Okada. He shook the body of the unconscious JSDF member who passed out a while ago to wake him up. Is he the only one who can open the door? Yes, I do not have enough authority to open that door, replied their guide apologetically to Misaki. Though the man called Sergeant Okada woke up immediately, he was still in a daze. Their guide took the initiative to take his superior's card and asked the latter the way to open the door rather than wasting their time. I'm going to open the door. Rui gulped his spit. He knew that Yuma was right behind the door, but he still feels guilty for beating Yuma, even if it is just due to a misunderstanding. Will Yuma forgive me for attacking him? He always felt anxious about this. Their guide placed Sergeant Okada's card on the card reader and inputted the password. He grabbed the iron handle, twisted it, and pulled it toward him. The solid metallic door then opened up. Unable to wait any longer, Rui rushed forward to help open the door. When there was enough gap for him to enter, he squeezed his body into that gap immediately. Yuma. After entering the door, he arrived in a spacious white room. There was a bed in the center of that room, and someone's figure collapsed right by the bedside. It was a black-haired youth wearing light blue patient attire. Though his face couldn't be seen, Rua knew that it was Yuma. Rua rushed in a hurry, kneeling and raising Yuma's body. The other party's body and limbs were limp. Rua was at a loss for words, seeing his childhood friend blowing froth from his mouth while peeling the whites of his eyes. No way. Misaki and CO had also entered the room. Among the people who were left speechless upon seeing Yuma's condition, only their guide was wise enough to confirm Yuma's condition. IIT's cardiopulmonary arrest. We have to transport him immediately. The people around snapped out and wasted no time giving him first aid. Limping down by his side was dazed Rui, who had no idea what to do about this situation. Pacific Ocean. There was a moving red flock that was already halfway between Japan and Hawaii. It was a few hundred dragons led by the Red King that were heading towards South America. The group was flying with nothing that could stop them but the Red King's face suddenly twitched. Its giant wings fluttered in the air as its body curved a bit. That little movement was enough to change the course of their flight path. The dragons had also taken the mid-air turn to follow their king. It's not that they changed their goal. The Red King is just turning around from South America back to Japan. Chapter 182, Report. Headquarters of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. A man visits Aisha early in the morning. Oh my, quite a rare guest we got here. Aisha folds her arms as she sits in the chair. The one who sat on the other side of the acrylic plate was the person in charge of JDA, Yasugi. The scholar who wore an off-the-shelf suit was looking down at Aisha. To think that my former co-worker has fallen this low. I just came to see you before attending the meeting, said Yasugi as he sat in the prepared pipe chair. Yet you come here despite your busy schedule. Let me guess, that meeting must be just a useless meeting, right? Yasugi shook his head, sneering upon hearing Aisha's frivolous speech. I heard the rumor about Mitaka Yuma defeating the Black King. I hope they stop spreading such nonsense in this kind of situation. I doubt people will believe such nonsense. That matter, huh? I'm just telling the truth, but... I see, you hate to acknowledge the reality, eh? That's also the reason why you're spreading fake rumors about me to kick me out of the association. Yasugi's eyebrows twitched upon hearing Aisha's prickly remark. Though I have no idea what you're talking about, I know for sure that you hate me. Well, the same goes for me, though. Oh my. Isn't this like the first time we're agreeing with each other? We finally see eyes to eyes. Yasugi looked even more displeased seeing Aisha smiling meaningfully. Well, it's not like you come just for idle chat, right? Just tell me what your business is. Yasugi raised his chin upon hearing Aisha's question. Indeed, have you heard about the situation outside? Outside? Not of course. It's not like I'm in a situation to have a smartphone or television, Aisha replied while shrugging her shoulders. Yasugi was smiling upon hearing her answer. I see. The truth is, the Red King is heading to Japan but they changed their route along the way for some reason. They're currently heading towards South America. What? Only now did Aisha frown. The Red King changed their course? Are they ignoring the Red Dungeon in Japan? Such a question appeared in her mind. Too bad for you, Aisha. If the Red King truly did come to Japan, the government might agree to release the Black Armor, but now that the Red King changed their course to South America, such concern is almost gone. Yasugi scoffed at Aisha. Alas, the person in question was touching her chin, muttering on her own as if pondering something. She was the kind of person who always got lost in her own world when she was too focused. Yasugi, her former co-worker, recalled that habit of hers. Wait Eve, with this Mitaka Yuma's disposal has been decided. You know, Aisha, I always had this suspicion that you, who are obsessed with the usefulness of the Black Dungeon, are actually the ones who created the Black Armor. You want to show the world that you've created a monster that's a past seeker. Yasugi stood up after he said so and looked down at Aisha with a look of disdain. But, it's impossible to acknowledge your toy since it's way too dangerous. So the wisest option is to erase it from the world. Territorial. What? Yasugi frowned upon hearing Aisha's muttering. I see. The monster from the dungeon is extremely sensitive about the territory of the monster from another color. That must be the reason why the Helgalm keeps rushing at Yuma. Oi! What are you talking about? Aisha finally snapped out of her own world upon hearing Yasugi's angry roar. Ah, you have yet to leave, huh? My bad, I forgot about your existence since it's too insignificant. What in the world have you been murmuring for a while? Dear me, muttered Aisha as she looked at the fumed Yasugi. Are you looking away from reality again? Or do you simply not realize it since you're way too stupid? Listen, the Red King left Japan for a reason. It's because they're avoiding territorial conflict with the dungeon monster of a different color. That's why the king never come to another king's territory. They're avoiding conflict and focusing on creating their own territory. Even if that's the case, there's no reason for them to avoid Japan. Yasugi spoke back with an irritated voice. Nope, they have a valid reason. It's because there's some called Mitaka Yuma who defeated the Black King in Japan. Because he is in this country, even the Red King won't come to Japan. Nonsense. His roar resounded in the visiting room. You still saying that nonsense again, huh? Do you really want to protect your subject of experiment that much? Don't you know that society is in chaos due to your actions? Yasugi turned around and walked away from Aisha. It turned out I just wasted my time here. I'm leaving. You better treat Yuma kindly if you still want to live a long life after this. Yasugi, Humphrey. Yasugi snorted as he left the meeting room. Yasugi was riding on a black limousine after leaving the detention center and heading toward the Prime Minister's official residence. I will never see that woman's face again. A few minutes later, the limousine stopped in front of the destination. Yasugi came out of the car after his driver opened the door. He greeted the staff who manned the automatic gate and walked along a long corridor. The current him had already been in a position to get the acknowledgement from the government. Surely, he made false rumors about Aisha Kisaragi, who always became a thorn in his side when they were competing for the position of the leader of the head researcher. Thanks to those rumors he managed to gain the upper hand against Aisha and kick her out of her former position. But looking at the current situation, that was the right choice back then. When I continued producing results in the meeting of government specialists, she had fallen so low that she entering the detention center. It was obvious which one was chosen by society. Yasugi walked into the residence as he enjoyed his current position, entering the huge conference room with the big screen in it, and sitting in the seat prepared for him. He heaved a sigh while looking at the Prime Minister and the cabinet ministers lined up in that place. The one needed by society isn't you, Aisha, it's me. Before the morning meeting begins, Takakura from the Ministry of Defense sits quietly in his seat and grasps his hands together. His Vice Minister, Serizawa, whispered from behind him. Minister, we received a call from the researcher in Osaka Garrison. They've killed Mitaka Yuma with poison. I see. But another problem happened. What now? Takakura frowned hearing Serizawa's hesitation. There's a report that the SDF member in duty is raising a revolt. What? What does that mean? Takakura asked Serizawa as quietly as possible so that no one noticed. I haven't heard the details. I just heard that after that, the SDF member took Mitaka Yuma's corpse out of the institution. But what did Chief of Staff Mikoshiba say about this situation? About that, I cannot contact Chief of Staff Mikoshiba yet. The information is so complicated that I have no idea what's happening here. Takakura touched his chin, pondering for a while. Does that mean the SDF has betrayed us? Or is it the order from Mikoshiba himself? He made various speculations in his head, but the situation wasn't that clear yet. Anyhow, I'll tell the Prime Minister for the time being that the Black Armor has already died. Let's report the matter of SDF after we clear the situation. And find Mikoshiba as soon as possible. Understood. Serizawa bowed and then left the conference room. Takakura stood from his seat and walked toward the Prime Minister, who was walking with his secretary. Good day, Prime Minister. Is something the matter, Takakura? After greeting Prime Minister Iwaki, the secretary of the minister nodded before taking a few steps back. I just received the report from Osaka Garrison. They have confirmed the corpse of Mitaka Yuma. I see. That's a piece of good news. The moment Iwaki stood up from his seat and said that's great, the conference room was filled with idle chatter. Silence descended in that room at once. Everyone, I just received some unfortunate news. The physical condition of Mitaka Yuma, otherwise known as the Black Armor, worsened this morning and he just passed away. The conference room instantly becomes noisy again. The people who were against killing Black Armor shouted no way? Or seriously, the people who approved the execution shouted we can finally feel relieved, or we should do this sooner. Seeing various voices mixed in the conference room, Iwaki sat back in his seat. Even the opposition faction stayed quiet without raising any complaints. With this, he didn't have to worry at all. Those who could oppose his regime had already been gone. The moment Iwaki thought so, a bureaucrat suddenly entered his office in a hurry. Emergency. What's the matter? You're too loud, Iwaki asked doubtfully. The panicked bureaucrat adjusted his breathing in a hurry and then looked at the people gathered in the venue. The flock of dragons that heading towards South America suddenly turned around and heading back toward Japan. Everyone in that place was at a loss for words. They only stared dumbfoundedly at the bureaucrat who just delivering the news, refusing to believe what they just heard. And Iwaki could only stand dumbfoundedly as the karma crashed down to him at once. Chapter 183. The conclusion from International Dungeon Research Organization IDR. Show the latest information on the monitor. The bureaucrat typed on their PC keyboard and displayed the latest information on the huge monitor in the conference room. The monitor displayed the world map with the Pacific Ocean part enlarged. All the people in the conference room were looking at the monitor with dumbfounded faces. According to the analysis from America, a pack of 232 dragons is heading to South America. But they suddenly turned around midway between Japan and Hawaii, and headed back straight toward Japan. Why? Iwaki, who was completely dumbfounded, roared angrily. Why are they going back to Japan after passing Japan? Why are they taking such incomprehensible action? No one replied to him. Everyone fell into silence. Amidst the silence, a bureaucrat in charge of intelligence gathering raised their voice. We received email from IDR. The conference room became noisy all at once. Iwaki frowned in bewilderment. IDR? Why did the organization with the highest authority in regard to the research of dungeon contact Japan? Iwaki shook his head to chase various speculations. So, what's written in that email? According to the email, they want to have an emergency online meeting with the leader of Japan. They also asked, are we ready to connect anytime? Even the bureaucrat who read the email showed a bewildered expression upon reading such an unprecedented email. Iwaki was also really surprised, but Japan was in huge trouble right now, since they might get a piece of advice from IDR, which is hailed as the best think tank in the world. He thought that they should at least listen to them. Understood. Connect us immediately. Yes. Iwaki sat back on his chair and corrected his necktie. He never spoke directly with a member of IDR. Though he was quite nervous, he couldn't lose since the prestige of Japan lay on his shoulders. Though this might be an emergency meeting, he had to avoid spouting rude remarks at all costs. Iwaki then looked forward toward the large monitor while thinking about such things. The monitor displayed a room with a huge round table surrounded by 10 people. Everyone was wearing a white robe and an old woman sat in the center. When the woman spoke, her speech was relayed a while later in Japanese. It seems they were using a Japanese interpretation. Nice to meet you, Prime Minister Iwaki. I'm the chairman of IDR, Meyer Berger. Thank you for accepting our request for the emergency meeting. It's an honor to speak directly with you, Dr. Meyer, but we're currently facing an emergency situation. Let's skip the pleasantries and move on to the main topic. It would take a bit of time until Iwaki's speech was translated by the other side. Then excuse me for this, Prime Minister Iwaki. We just received the information that the Red King is currently heading toward Japan. We want to talk with you regarding the countermeasure for that situation. The people in the conference room raised a cheer at once. Iwaki had also suppressed his impulse to jump for joy. Do you have a countermeasure against that monster? If that's the case, please tell us the method. Meyer's lips then formed a smile. I hear that the Japanese government is sheltering the Black Armor. Is that correct? Iwaki's train of thought stopped all at once, because he had no idea what Meyer was talking about. Naturally, the matter about the Black Armor being a human was reported to both the IDR and the UN. But he still had no idea why the Black Armor name was suddenly brought out in this situation. Is something the matter with the Black Armor? Meyer nodded and then looked at the lanky man who also sat at the round table. The man took the mic on the table and pressed its switch. I'll explain about that matter. I'm a researcher of IDR, Ethan Noble. Why you are that? Iwaki's eyes opened wide. No one in the conference room didn't know Ethan Noble's name. He proposed many theories and clarified many phenomena regarding dungeons. But, the person himself was widely known as an oddball. Since he hated the media as the enemy of his parent, the photograph or video about him was almost never found, thus only a handful of people knew his appearance. This man is that Ethan Noble. Though I had heard about him before, I had never expected that he was quite young. He looks like someone in the latter half of his 20s. or maybe early 30s. Unkempt hair and round glasses. Iwaki still frowned upon seeing Ethan's slovny appearance. We analyzed the image data we received from Japan in the last few days, and reached a certain conclusion. A certain conclusion? The fact that the Black Armor, otherwise known as Mitaka Yuma, is a person with the power of a unique monster, the Black King. Iwaki was stupefied. The people in the conference room had also raised an uproar. All of them became more and more confused. The bewildered Iwaki then opened his mouth. The Black King? May I ask what you mean? One of the unique monsters, the king to be exact, was defeated around 1 year ago, and this information had been made known to all research institutes around the world. That announcement might sound like it lacked credibility due to the lack of proof, but I continued doing the investigation, and found out that the Black King has indeed been defeated. The problem is the identity of the person or organization that defeated it. The room was enveloped in another uproar upon hearing Ethan's explanation. But Yasugi, who's sitting on his chair, was starting to drench in cold sweat. Don't tell me. Let's set this matter aside for now. Now let's talk about the information regarding the Black Armor. At first, we do not doubt the Black Armor being the Black Lord. But if the Black Armor turned out to be a human, then this matter will make sense. The more he heard the explanation, the more sweat dripped down from Iwaki's cheeks. Because he knew what Ethan Noble was going to say next, referring to the combat data of the Black Armor. He obviously has a will on his own. Not to mention that he has that abnormal level of strength and ability. Thus, after conducting numerous in-depth research, we from IDR concluded that Mitaka Yuma is the person who defeated the unique monster, the king, and inherited their power. This means that Mitaka Yuma is the only person in this world who can fight toe-to-toe with the 4 kings that currently wreak havoc around the world. Wait a minute. Iwaki interrupted in a hurry. We cannot dismiss the possibility. He might be the monster related to the Black King who hijacked the human body, right? Hearing Iwaki's question, Ethan shook his head in disappointment. Surely, the ecology of the king is still a mystery. But it's already common knowledge that all seekers got part of the monster's power after absorbing the magic gem. If my guess is right, Mitaka Yuma might have absorbed the magic core of the Black King after he defeated the latter. That will explain the origin of his power. Iwaki swallowed his spit upon hearing that. Mitaka Yuma is the Black King? And the only one who can defeat the other 4 kings? What kind of nonsense is this man talking about? That guy is just a dangerous monster. He ended up falling into a state of denial, refusing the reality that he just made the wrong choice. But he couldn't refute it at all. Because the other party was the greatest scholar in the world, a genius among geniuses, Ethan Noble. Refuting that kind of man would only... Iwaki could only clench his teeth while looking at the monitor. Humankind cannot defeat the 4 kings who are akin to walking calamity. The only one who has the possibility of defeating them is Mitaka Yuma. That's why the IDR concluded that we have to ask him to defeat them. Ethan paused for a few seconds after he spoke, then opened his mouth again. So, where is he right now? Chapter 184. True despair. The conference room falls into silence. No one replying to that question. Is something the matter? If possible, I want to talk directly to Mitaka Yuma. He requested unreasonable demands right from the go. Since everyone knew that, they were looking in silence toward Iwaki. Upon noticing that, Iwaki spoke up. About that. Did something happen over there? Ethan made a dubious face from the other side of the monitor. Mitaka Yuma has passed away due to his injury. We've tried our best to save him, but IDR's executive couldn't hide their shock when Iwaki's words were translated for them. Seriously? Mitaka Yuma has already died? Why yes. No doubt about it. This is true. Ethan touched his chin as if pondering something. Then he grabbed the mic again. When did he die? If I'm not wrong, early in the morning today. Hearing that, Ethan released the mic in his hand and exchanged a few words with his fellow colleagues from IDR. Then he grabbed the mic again around 1 minute later. This is just a hypothesis, but the reason why the Red King is heading back to Japan might be because they know that Mitaka Yuma is dead. Eh? What do you mean? Iwaki's eyes opened wide due to confusion. According to information from all over the world, we knows that the 4 kings who appeared in the world released their comrades from the dungeon and formed their own habitat away from each other. Thus we speculated that they might be trying to prevent clashes between monsters from different dungeons. Yasugi, who listened silently, couldn't believe what he just heard. Because Aisha had arrived at the same conclusion earlier. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and frowned as he looked intently toward the monitor. Don't tell me. What that woman said is correct. The Red King is coming to Japan to release their comrade in the Red Dungeon. But there's Mitaka Yuma who inherited the power of the Black King in Japan. That's why we think that the Red King must have avoided Japan so that they won't clash with the Black King. Then Iwaki was looking into the monitor as if clinging to the last straw. Yes, the Red King returned to Japan after they felt that Mitaka Yuma was dead. This is just my guess, but I think that the Red King will stay in the East Asia region. Iwaki was completely at a loss for words. Because he knew that if such a monster stayed in East Asia, the humans who lived in that region would be. The noise in the monitor kept increasing. Maya then took over the mic from Ethan. It seems we almost reached the time to end our communication. We offer our deepest apology. Mitaka Yuma is truly the last hope of humankind, and yet we might wait. Tell us something? There must be other method, right? Despite Iwaki's desperate question, Maya on the other side of the monitor closed her eyes while shaking her head. Unfortunately, the only way. Thus, the image in the monitor was cut off. The participants of the meeting could only stand still in their place, looking dumbfoundedly at the monitor. They were truly at a loss for words. Various words cruising around in their head. Mitaka Yuma is the Black King? The last hope of humankind? That can't be. He is supposed to be nothing more than a dangerous existence who disturbs the peace of the country. Why, just why did this happen? Why? When Iwaki looked around, his eyes suddenly stopped at Hatano, who standing in the back. His body was moving faster than his brain. He was closing in toward Hatano and grabbed the latter by his collar. I tease you. You are the one WHO told me that we should dispose the Black Armor. How do you feel now seeing Japan fall into this predicament because of you? Hatano revealed an anguished expression when Iwaki strangled him by his collar. Wait. I just answering to the Prime Minister's expectations. Prime Minister is the one who decided to dispose of the Black Armor himself. Iwaki was at a loss for words upon hearing Hatano's talking back at him. Hatano coughed up violently when Iwaki released the former while cursing loudly. Iwaki returned to his seat with a blank face. Everyone became more and more anxious as they saw the look on the Prime Minister's face. Among them, only the Minister of Defense, Takakura, knew what he had to do. Prime Minister, the escort vessel of Maritime SDF that's standing by on the coast will ambush the Red King to buy time. Please call the U.S. forces to give their assistance during that time. The Supreme Commander of the SDF wasn't Takakura, it was Prime Minister Iwaki. No matter how desperate the latter was, the former still needed the latter's permission. Yeah. Do as you like, said Iwaki with a feeble voice. Takakura then commanded the bureaucrat in that room to make a preparation immediately. He never thought about defeating the monster that not even Russia or China could take down. But it was much better than doing nothing and waiting for their own demise. This afternoon, the submarine and military vessel of Maritime SDF was deployed to the open sea of the Pacific Ocean. The aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan, destroyer, and cruiser had also been deployed from the U.S. military base in Yokosuka. It was the maximum war potential they could come with. They tried to buy some time so that the people residing in the Kanto region could evacuate. Takakura heaved a sigh while commanding the conference room. As expected, it's only a matter of how long they can buy the time for us. Takakura's expression darkened, but he shook his head and focused back on his main job. The next morning, Prime Minister Iwaki along with big shots of the current government such as Takakura from the Ministry of Defense gathered in the big hall. Everyone had the same gloomy face. No one was brave enough to say that they could win this battle. Nevertheless, Takakura stepped forward to speak. He gave some instructions to the subordinates who stood beside the depressed Iwaki. Any contact from the military vessel? Serizawa shook his head to answer Takakura's question. No, we can't use the communication satellite yet, so we have yet to receive the contact from them. But considering the speed of those dragons, they should clash in 1 hour. 1 hour? We're running out of time, huh? We've already tried to evacuate the citizens but, honestly, I have no idea where shall we send them. Once the Red King arrived, the entire Japan might as well turn into a sea of flame. Have you managed to contact Mikoshiba about that? Unfortunately, Takakura was still curious about the matter regarding the corpse of Mitaka Yuma who was brought out by an SDF member. He guessed that Mitaka Yuma might be alive, albeit barely but, according to the report that he read before, the poison administered to kill the youth was deadly enough to kill him for sure. Thus, he knew for the best that he shouldn't expect for miraculous recovery. We got the contact. Takakura looked at the staff who had just spoken. Everyone's line of sight gathered at the large screen in the big hall. It projected the spectacle along the coastal line with a camera that was connected to optic fiber. There was only a calm sea reflected in the monitor. Since the military vessel was cruising on the open sea, their figure wasn't captured by the camera. The specialists and government officials in the big hall were completely focused on the monitor. The evacuation information of the northern Kanto region was reported from time to time, and the information advice for evacuation in Tokyo could be heard from time to time. Takakura hoped that they could scatter the citizens as far away as possible but, the sea. Everyone looked more intently at the monitor when one of the staff raised their voice. The area above the horizon of the sea was shining. The light then gradually turned into red light as it came closer. The shockwave that came later shook the camera that relayed the video. A moment later, a giant mushroom-shaped cloud was rising high in the sky. Prime Minister Iwaki, who sat wearily in his chair, stood up as he saw the monitor. It was as if he was looking at the inevitable reality. The satellite entered above the orbit. Connect US with military vessel immediately, said Takakura the moment he heard the staff's remark. But, there was no reply from the military vessel. Even the contact with the US Army was ceased. At that moment, everyone understands immediately. Their true despair had only just begun. Chapter 185, March of the Dragon. And just as predicted by the specialist, the flock of dragons entered the maritime territory of Japan and headed straight toward Ibaraki. The US fighter and the SDF fighters were taking off in a scramble to ambush the dragon. But, the air-to-air missile fired by the fighter couldn't reach the dragon. They exploded along the way. The missiles were kept at bay due to the magic barrier released by the dragons. Moreover, the flame breath of the ancient dragon could reach as long as a few hundred meters, enveloping the jet fighter that couldn't dodge it in a sea of flame. No one could stop the advance of the dragon. The Red King, who led the flock, suddenly stopped in the air as they arrived at the city of Sika in Ibaraki. They flapped their giant wings while looking down at the city below. A few hundred ancient dragons were forming a crowd around the Red King as if waiting for their king's next action. Right below the Dragon King was a giant white dome. Inside of that dome was the second biggest red dungeon in this world. The Crimson Dragon King opened their jaw and gathered the magical power of fire within their mouth. The compressed magical power turned into a giant scorching fireball. The fire magic of second level was to create an explosion with fire, and the fire magic of third level was to freely manipulate the form of the fire. This was the ultimate attack created by combining those two. The great fireball that fired from their mouth was heading toward the dome at breakneck speed. The fireball easily destroyed the gate, flashed, and exploded as it hit the entrance of the dungeon. That explosion erased 90% of the city of Sika. Dust and smoke rose up high in the sky. Once the smoke cleared up, it was clear for everyone to see that there was a huge hole formed in the dungeon. The Crimson Dragon King gathered magical power in their mouth again and unleashed another fireball from their mouth. The fireball entered the giant hole before it exploded, raising a giant fire pillar along with a thunderous sound. Even then, the Red King didn't hold back with their attack. They kept firing fireballs time and time again into the hole that had already been turned into a giant hole. The ground of North Kanto shook as if there had been an earthquake. After the seventh fireball was fired, the huge hole had already been turned into a giant bottomless pit. Since the mana concentration in the air had been rising, the monster that couldn't move out to the ground before was now free to roam above the ground. Most of them were giant, kaiju-like monsters. Since the entrance between floors was small, only small-sized to medium-sized monsters managed to come out from the dungeon so far. Except for the monster that was powerful enough to destroy the dungeon itself, of course. And once the dungeon was destroyed, the monster from the deep layer could also come out from the dungeon. A faint sound could be heard from within the giant, bottomless hole that used to be the Red Dungeon. Countless cries and the sound of flapping wings soon reverberate from within. The one that appeared was a flock of more than 400 dragons. The released dragon rose in the sky, flying around in a circle before they joined its comrades. The cloud in the sky formed a vortex like the eye of a typhoon, blocking the sun rays, making the area below dark. The atmosphere warped like a mirage, and the only source of light was the eerie-looking red light coming from the dragon's body. The camera that was installed in Ibaraki sent those pictures to the Prime Minister's official residence via fiber optic. "There are this many dragons in the Red Dungeon, huh?" said Takakura while looking at the huge screen in the Great Hall. Since the capture of the Red Dungeon hadn't advanced to the deep floor, no one knew what kind of monster was running rampant in the deep layer. "Like hell. We can stop more than 300 of those monsters." The one who spat such words with a trembling voice was Yasugi from the Dungeon Association. Yasugi's condition was clearly strange after the meeting with IDR. He looks frightened and sinks into silence. "I guess the same goes for the other people." Takakura was looking around to see the rest of the participants. The government, researchers, and bureaucrats were gathering in this place. They were currently gathered on the basement floor of the Prime Minister's official residence, the Emergency Headquarters Center, the institution for countermeasures during the emergency. Though there was also the plan to evacuate to the shelter, seeing that they couldn't estimate the arrival time of the dragon, they decided that the best plan was to evacuate to the basement floor. Rather, the fireball of the Red King could literally blow them to bits unless they were in the nuclear shelter. When Takakura turned around, he saw Prime Minister Iwaki sitting at his desk. He sits alone, looking completely at lost for words from the beginning to the end. Takakura wished that Iwaki could speak up to rouse the other people's spirits since he was the leader of the country. But Takakura realized that the latter was already hopeless and only sent an annoyed look before looking back to the monitor. The flock of dragons became even bigger than before, then moved away from the city of Sika that had already turned into rubble. They head toward Kanto, where the evacuation had yet to end. "Oi! The car ain't moving at all. What's going on here? What is the police doing? Aren't they supposed to help us? Enough already. Leave the car." The highway in Tokyo was in chaos. The cars didn't move at all, causing a never-ending traffic jam. After the government had urged the citizens to evacuate through online news, local television news, and police cars, people were rushing toward not only the highway, they were rushing the airport and station too, thus paralyzing the entire transportation network. Amidst such a situation, "Ooh, they let you out too, eh, Aisha?" The bearded Kanzaki rushed to Aisha as he came out in front of the detention center. Due to the advice from the government, the people held in detention centers were released during an emergency situation to take shelter. Aisha frowned upon seeing Kanzaki look delighted after being freed from the detention center. "What a simpleton. And what's with that annoying-looking beard, eh? Do you mean this?" Kanzaki touched his chin, gently brushing his beard. "There's no problem even if I try to grow my beard a bit, right?" Yeah, I don't care about your look." The duo stopped as they looked at the escaping people who filled the first highway in front of the Metropolitan Police Department. "Have you heard? A monster called the Red King is heading toward this place." "Yeah, but I heard that it just passed Japan some time ago. What's happening here?" "Anyhow, We should escape from this place too. Yeah. Kanzaki and Aisha ran along the highway. I'm going to the office. Can't leave Maker and Tanaka-san behind. Since D-Miner's office was located in Chiba, he needed a car to go to the office of the company from Tokyo. Unfortunately, the car couldn't run thanks to the traffic jam. Damn it. Aisha, who ran beside Kanzaki, cursed angrily. When I heard that the Red King had just passed by Japan, I thought they were avoiding a territorial conflict with Yuma. Could it be that I was wrong? If they're heading back to Japan, could it be that Yuma-kun is dead? What? Kanzaki stopped on his track, looking really surprised when he heard Aisha mutter quietly with a dead serious face. Chapter 186, Unrealistic Picture. The dragons were flying leisurely in the air to Kanto. They were advancing while clearing away the city or village along the way from above, as if they knew the place with the most people. When more than 300 ancient dragons unleashed their flame, they had enough firepower to turn an entire city into a sea of fire, and since it wasn't a normal flame, it couldn't be put off with normal water and would burn its target till it turned into ashes. On top of that, the fireball fired by the Red King pulverized a city in one go. The heat ray dissolved everything. Its shockwave blasted everything to pieces. Such ruthless attack was repeated time and time again. No need to say that the SDF who tried to intercept them also couldn't do anything. Takakura cooperated with Elcid and other companies to gather seekers in Kanto, but he knew that they wouldn't be able to stop the dragon. The despair was approaching with every second passing. Light entered from my slightly opened eyelids, and my head was in so much pain. Since my chest and stomach were in so much pain, honestly I feel like shit. What in the world is happening to me? Yuma had no idea what was happening to him, but he knew that he was lying in the bed. His dimmed field of vision cleared up after a while and he could finally see his surroundings. This place is clearly different from before. Did they just move me to another place? I knew that I was being carried to somewhere when I got defeated by the Seeker before, but I really had no idea about my current situation at all. I'm suddenly moved to another room, and why do I feel like SH'd? When he was pondering about such a thing, the door of the room opened up and someone entered the room. Seeing them wearing SDF attire, Yuma ended up wondering if this place was an SDF facility. When Yuma looked at that person, the young SDF member suddenly gasped, looking at him with wide-opened eyes. We have an emergency. He left the room in a hurry, then returned a while later with people who look like doctors in tow. Stay still for a bit. The doctor opened Yuma's eyelids with a penlight to see his pupil. Yuma squinted his eyes when such bright light entered his pupil. Yeah, no abnormality detected. He's already right. After saying so, the doctor retreats and spoke with a young SDF member. Mitaka-san. I'm Kawara from Ground SDF. This place is the sick bay of Somagahara Garrison in Gunma. We are evacuating you to this place when you are on the verge of death. On the verge of death? Maybe because of the pain in his head. He had a hard time understanding the situation. You'll receive a more detailed explanation by my superior. You have to take a break for now. Kawara bowed his head as he said, I shall excuse myself for now, and left the room. The room around 10 tatami mat size, then regained its tranquility. Upon a closer look, he saw that the wall and ceiling were made of bare concrete and already had cracks here and there. It seems to be quite an old facility. Though Kawara told him to take a break, Yuma couldn't sleep since he wanted to know the current situation. He flipped the quilt with his right hand and just as he was about to raise his upper body, unbelievable pain ran in his entire body. Arg! Yuma moaned in pain. It wasn't the kind of pain from a wound. The pain was coming from inside. It was as if his body was baked from the inside. What the? He grits his teeth, gets down from his bed, and tries to stand up. That series of movements alone was enough to make him really nauseous. He managed to endure pain, walked to the door and turned the doorknob. The door didn't seem to be locked from the outside. Yuma opened the door. He entered a corridor devoid of people. When he was walking along the corridor while propping himself against the wall, he found an open door. He tried to peek inside and found several SDF members inside. The room seems to be a conference room. Everyone in that room was sitting in their seat while looking at the television placed in that room. Displayed in that television was the picture of a flock of dragons burning every building and house in their wake. He thought they were watching a movie for a moment, but then he soon realized that it wasn't a movie. Every single SDF member in that room was looking at such an unrealistic scene with a dumbfounded face. Come to think of it, the monster can come out on the ground too, right? If even a monster like Helgam can come out, it means that other monsters could do the same. But, to think that a giant dragon had come out too. Mitaka-san. When Yuma was pondering the current situation, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. When he turned around, the person who called out to him turned out to be the young SDF member from before. Kawara, you're in no condition to walk around. You have to go back to your room immediately. Kawara stretched his arms to grab Yuma's body. What's happening over there? The monsters are coming out to the ground. Where are they heading right now? Kawara's hand stopped, and his face twitched the moment he heard that question. Anyhow, let's go back to your room first. Seeing the flustered Kawara, Yuma had finally noticed. I see, they're heading to Tokyo. Kawara, who tried to get Yuma to go back into his room, flinched for a moment. The target of the attack was definitely Tokyo. Since it's a dragon that used flame breath, they were definitely monsters that came out from the Red Dungeon. Since the Red Dungeon was located in the North Kanto region, it was no wonder that the monster was heading toward Tokyo. They are definitely heading toward Tokyo, but RJSDF Army and Seeker Army had already been prepared to intercept them. That's why you can feel at ease. Impossible, eh? Kawara's eyes opened wide when Yuma muttered so quietly. Kawara was trying desperately to stop Yuma, who kept walking despite his obviously weakened state. Wait. Where are you going? No one but me can stop those dragons. What are you talking about? You're in a condition to fight. Your heart could stop at any moment. Yuma kept walking no matter what Kawara said. Thanks to Kawara's loud voice, the other SDF members in the conference room finally noticed the commotion. Mitaka-san. Even so, I have to. Color drained from Yuma's face. He became so weak to the point that taking another step had become a luxury for him. It was obvious to everyone just how bad his current condition was. Kawara then decided on the spot as he opened his mouth. Mitaka-san. This isn't something that I want to tell you, but you were almost assassinated by none other than the Japanese government itself. Even now, most people are still negatively looking at you. That's why you have no obligation to fight for this country. You should get bar. Kawara grabbed Yuma's arm to drag the latter back to his room, even by force. Yuma shook Kawara's hands, grabbed the latter's collar, and slammed his back on the wall. That got nothing to do with this. I'm not fighting for this country. Kawara, whose collar was grabbed by Yuma, revealed a bitter smile on his face. I do this because my family and my friends are living in Tokyo. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled that Seeker and JSDF can stop those monsters. I am the only one WHO can beat those monsters. But though Kawara was a trained soldier, he realized that he was weaker than even the half-dead Yuma. He couldn't hide his shock since Yuma's strength was not that of a normal human. Suddenly, there was a cough sound from behind the duo. What are you doing? When Yuma turned around, he saw a man wearing neat attire standing behind them. A few subordinates like personnel were following behind the man. His atmosphere was different from the other SDF members. See Chief of Staff. Yuma frowned on hearing Kawara's voice. Chapter 187, Toward Tokyo. Chief of Staff? Kawara quickly let go of Yuma's wrist and straightened himself when he saw that man. The man seems to be a big shot. I'm the Chief of Staff of JSDF, Mikoshiba. And the one who gave the instruction to bring you to this place. You are. Are you going to fight? Seeing Mikoshiba ask with such a firm attitude, even Yuma ended up straightening himself. There are people I want to protect. I see, said Mikoshiba briefly before he pondered for a while. Then he turned around and gave some sort of instruction to his subordinate behind him. Mikoshiba looked at Yuma again and heaved a sigh. If you still insist on going there, we have no right to stop you. But, muttered Kawara, who stood by Yuma's side. But then, Mikoshiba glared at him before she could finish his words. Kawara's body stood straight since he knew that his superior just told him to shut up for a moment. Mitaka-san. The one that is ransacking Tokyo isn't just those dragons. Among them, there's an even more terrifying monster called the Red King. The Red King? It was the name of a monster that he never heard before, but if his guess was right, it might be just as strong as the giant slime, the Black King. Nevertheless, all the more reason for me to go. Understood, said Mikoshiba after he looked at Yuma's determined face. Am I being allowed to go? That was what Yuma thought, but then, a JSDF member running toward Mikoshiba while carrying a case in his hand. It was a navy blue case. Mikoshiba approached Yuma and opened the case before the latter. There were a few blue gems inside the case. This is blue magic gem, diamond and sapphire. It's something that is entrusted in the custody of JSDF. Why are you giving such a precious thing? Mikoshiba heaved a sigh upon hearing Yuma's question. Honestly speaking, I wanted to make you fight in the case of an emergency. We are the organization that protecting this nation after all. But, I also know that we can't ask you to fight in your current condition. I wanted you to evacuate and recuperate along with those gems before asking you to fight. But if you do that, Japan will. Yes, Japan will be destroyed. But it's not like we can force you to fight either. You're Japan's, or rather, humankind's last hope after all. Mikoshiba recalled his conversation with Honda before breaking into a smile. But, if you, the person himself, say that he has to go, we have no right to stop you. Take this gem. This will be a great help for you. Yuma faltered the moment she saw those gems. Thank you very much. But he couldn't hesitate, so he expressed his gratitude to Mikoshiba as he received the case. Are you sure that you can take in that much mana? Yuma was smiling upon hearing Mikoshiba's question. Don't worry. I have a lot of mana index. Yuma came in front of a hangar at Somagahara Garrison. A huge transport helicopter CH-47, otherwise known as Chinook, had already been waiting for him with its hatch open. Whoa! Yuma could only marvel as he stood before the two-rotor helicopter. Are we going to ride this? Yes, Mitaka-san. Over here. He was wearing the jacket and helmet that he got from Kawara. A few JSDF members had also gone into the helicopter along with Kawara and Yuma. A JSDF member already sat in the cockpit, and a few others had already sat facing each other. Yuma had also sat on his seat after being urged by Kawara. So even ground SDF has a helicopter? Yes, we do have an Air Force division. In this Somagahara Garrison. It'll be the 12th Corps. And I happen to be its member. I see. After Kawara put on the belt to secure Yuma in his seat, the sound of the rotor started to resound and the helicopter finally took off. Yuma decided to go toward Tokyo, thus Mikoshiba ignored Kawara's plea and ordered the latter and his colleagues to send Yuma safely to Tokyo, meaning that they were going to approach the dragon from the sky. Kawara had no choice but to obey the order of his superior, but he couldn't help but worry about Yuma. Sorry Kawara-san. You ended up getting involved in this dangerous situation due to my selfish decision. He ended up feeling awkward to the people who were forced to accompany him. That was what Yuma thought. But, what are you talking about? It's an honor for me. I heard about Mitaka-san's history from the Chief of Staff. About you being the only person in this world who can defeat those monsters that wreak havoc around the earth. If that's true, it means that you have the chance to win this hopeless battle, right? Kawara replied to Yuma with bright, glowing eyes. That's why please believe in us, the JSDF, and this aircraft, CH-47 Chinook. Kawara tapped the side of the helicopter. To bring you all the way to Tokyo, added Kawara and the other member of JSDF in the heli with a proud smile on their face. After the door and the hatch closed, the fuselage started to rise in the air. When Yuma looked outside from the small circular window by his side, He saw the figure of Mikoshiba standing along with the other members of JSTF in front of the hangar. Yuma knew that if not for that man, he might have already been dead right now. The fuselage shook as the aircraft rose slowly. Yuma headed toward Tokyo while thanking Mikoshiba. The figure of Seekers could be seen standing on the roof of the skyscraper in Shinjuku, Minato, and Chiyoda of Tokyo. Since they knew that they couldn't fight airborne monsters from the ground, they camped on the roof of a high-rise building to ambush their enemy. Soon enough, the northeast sky changed to red color. Incoming. Tizun was glaring at the sky. The one lying in wait on the rooftop of the Tokyo government building was the Seeker clan of Elcid, Howl of Thunder Beast. There are Tenuji whose arms were still bandaged due to the damage in the battle against Black Armor, Rui, Tizun, and Ishikawa who was taking refuge from Ibaraki. Are you sure that you can fight with those arms, Tenuji? Tenuji was smiling wryly upon hearing Ishikawa's question. Honestly, it's still tingling with pain, but this isn't the time to say that. I see. Ishikawa couldn't say anything. After this, it would be a life or death battle. Injured or not, it wasn't the time to be bothered by this trivial matter. Tizun looked up to the sky. He readied the equipment in his right hand, railgun gauntlet. My enchanted magic armament should be able to snipe those dragons. Let's shoot them down. Tenuji regained his composure upon hearing Tizun's remark. The dragon scales are together than tungsten. I don't think your railgun alone is enough to defeat them. Just lure dragon from their flock with your bombardment and leave the finishing touch to us. Tenuji then looked at Rui, and the latter nodded. TCH. Sure thing. Tizun, who realized that Tenuji was right, then spat in annoyance before he looked to the sky with Tenuji and Seo again. Far high in the sky was a flock of dragons led by a giant dragon. Support me with Ko-fi for more content. Support me with Ko-fi for more content. Yes, sir. There's even more. Over 60 additional chapters are available, but they're currently behind a paywall. Trust me, it's worth unlocking. Until next time, more clan.